future starts here. IT is a powerful skill that's changing the world. Learn to master it at Belgium campus ITversity. Gain the skills to go from student projects to futuristic applications. Is a powerful skill that's changing the world with endless IT possibilities. Learn to master it at Master ITversity. Become the expert everyone's hiring you. Agriculture, gain the skills to go from cybersecurity and aviation to futuristic applications. Is a powerful skill that's changing the world with endless IT possibilities. Learn to master it at Master ITversity. Become the expert everyone's hiring you. Agriculture, gain the skills to go from cybersecurity and aviation to futuristic applications. Is a powerful skill that's changing the world with endless IT possibilities. Learn to master it.
Right? I'm teaching now.
Master ITversity. Become the expert everyone's hiring you. Agriculture, gain the skills to go from cybersecurity and aviation to futuristic applications. Is a powerful skill that's changing the world with
myself,
endless
so if you want to
IT
interrupt me, feel
possibilities.
free to do so.
Learn to
Ask
master it.
questions. I'm teaching now. What I want to do is welcome you to Belgium campus and tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. So, if you have questions, just put up your hand and ask. Our dev candidates will come through here. All right, so we'll check our online community. Everybody on the right? So now it's at the point where we say, get ready, get set, and go. Okay. Welcome to Belgium campus. What we are doing here at Belgium campus is really only one thing. We create professional IT people ready for the job market, or career-ready IT professionals, for short. It's our aim to contribute in the South African economy in this way, that when you leave here with your certificate or your degree in hand, you can do the job without having to be retrained. And we do so by having a close relationship with our industry, by putting you in front of modern technology and ensuring that the content that we are teaching you is as up-to-date as we possibly can have it in relationship to what the industry needs. Here's a video coming. I just want to warn you, when we play the video, sometimes the sound is a little bit jarring, so don't get a fright. Here is a video for you to watch. I'm Jan Mens and I'm the academic dean at Belgium campus. Should you choose to study here, either I will be your problem or you will be mine. But we don't have to say too much about that right now, I hope. Now, Belgium campus is part of a larger group of private education institutions called UXI. You may recognize some of those logos up there. For example, IMM Graduate School, Open Windows, so forth. We are all part of one large family focusing on higher education in South Africa, in the private education space, and we are proud to play our part from an IT perspective. Specialize in what I call hard IT, and that simply is just a way of saying it's the IT that involves coding and working with computers. It's the serious stuff. IT is very wide and there's lots you can do in IT. But I'd like to think that what we are doing in IT is the serious and important things. So when you join us, you'll be part of that process. What makes us unique? In short, we do what we do closely related to our industry. So you can rest assured if you sit in class, and maybe I should say when you sit in class, because you look fairly certain you're going to study here. Just want to check if that's right. The moms look nervous and the students are very serious, which I still don't understand. Is our deaf students serious too? Yes? No? Maybe? The way we know we're not serious is that you smile wherever you go. It looks like this. See? Let's see if it works. Tough crowd. I don't know if the online community is smiling. I hope you are. Very serious. So what we do is make sure that the content is fresh, up to date, and aligned with what the industry needs. In that sense, we ensure good knowledge, but I really, truly, deeply believe that you can find IT knowledge wherever you go. So our claim to fame is not necessarily in what we do, but how we do it, how we teach in class, the relationship you have with the lecturer in the class, the way that we assess you, and the way that we ensure that your IT career starts here, day one, in year one. So that is what makes us unique. You can welcome to read the slide there and can talk to me more about this afterwards. So the how that we do is captured in our participative learning model. That's got three important components: the industry, students, and our lecturing staff or faculty. Now, we got more people joining us. Welcome, come on in. So these three components must collaborate and work very closely together to ensure that by the time you finish studying, you don't have to be retrained. You know what you are doing. So for our students, we do a student-centered approach. It's not the kind of teaching or learning, if you like, where you come in the class and you sit quietly and still like you are now. It's a participative process, meaning active learning, which means we don't want you to come into a class and just sit there and do nothing. So we're going to get you to code very fast. You'll be sitting behind a computer. You'll be working in teams with other students. It's quite social in many ways, but also quite tricky because you meet new people that you don't know and then you have to work with them, which is also quite tricky for IT people who tend to want to sit in a corner. All the shy people in the room says, I don't want to work with other people, but IT is a team effort. Whether you learn it or not is going to impact on the success that you will have in your career. Can I just check in my audience who is in IT? Very few. No, you're going to learn IT. So who's already in IT? So would you agree with me that IT is a team sport? Very much so. And we say it because IT is not really something that stands by itself. It is something that enables human activity in business, at home, or wherever. And think about it for a moment. All of us walking around with phones these days, yes? And it's the IT guy in the house or IT lady in the house that fixes these things. Tap on the screen for the grannies. It goes, I don't know, it's beeping and I don't know why. It's all the matriculants. It goes, don't worry, we will just, and then it looks like a mystery. That's IT. Okay, but it's a team sport. I think I've said that enough. Our lecturers, we don't employ anybody with less than a master's degree. So when you have someone in front of you teaching, working very hard, you can rest assured they are well educated and know their craft very well. And then finally, our industry, either via alumni or our advisory boards or other means, we have a very close relationship with our industry to ensure that what we teach is relevant. Now, that is not to say we don't lay the groundwork first. We have to learn to crawl before we can walk, before we can run. So there is, of course, the chance that you're going to face a learning that seems outdated. It's not outdated, it's laying the foundation. Mathematics is a very good example. You can't do differential calculus unless you've learned other skills first. So IT is very much the same kind of thing. This is all of our programs that we have in place at the moment. You'll notice the Diploma in Information Technology, which I assume, let's just by a showing of hands, who's interested in the diploma. This is where that shyness shouldn't come in. Put up your hand if you're interested in the diploma. Nobody. And the BIT, the Bachelor's Information Technology. One. Just like voting, you know, to say, I vote for BIT. There we go. There's some hands. And then the BCom. I'm sure lots interested in it. All right, great. Now, one important thing to understand about our programs is the NQF, the National Qualification Framework level thing. Do I need to explain that? Is everybody understanding that to some degree? Okay, if you want more, come ask me about that afterwards. We're also starting our advanced diploma and a postgraduate diploma in cybersecurity next year. And you'll notice at the bottom here, if I can get my laser pointer to work again, you'll notice here at the bottom right, we are also starting our master's degree in information technology next year. The point here is that we have quite a variety of offerings that is rooted in our three main offerings, the diploma in IT, the bachelor's in IT, and also the BCom. What is perhaps more interesting is that we are working on a number of programs in the background, which may or may not start while you're already enrolled for study here. We are also working to establish an engineering faculty. This is a long process. We started with it last year, and we don't quite know when this will be done, but we are very deep in the application process with EXA and the Council of Higher Education. Now, the match breaching course, you've probably been told about this. We believe very strongly in the link between mathematics and IT. IT has its roots in computer science, and computer science has got its roots in mathematics. So in a way, we can think of IT, hard IT, as I've said, as very deeply rooted in the way that mathematicians think. As a result, we need you to have a very strong mathematics foundation to study with us. Now, our CAPS curriculum has this maths literacy, and I think it's called pure math in English. In Afrikaans, it's just math. If you do not have that or didn't go very well in your math course, we've got a math breaching course where that will allow you the chance to improve your marks over a 3-week period, my apologies, in January. What we then do basically on that results is we apply on your behalf at the matriculation board to study our degree programs. Our marketers will have more detail around that, but I'm also willing to answer some questions for you should you have any. As I've said, we've got a number of industry partnerships, very many of those, our students in the internship. Now, the diploma and the BCom, our 4-year degree, the BCom, and our 3-year diploma all have a work integrated learning component in the last year. So that internship, we get our students or ask our students to find a job in the industry. Here's an example of where those students end up. Who's employed where? Some of those logos and businesses you would recognize. To enable that internship, we have career days that we manage 3 or 4 times during the year. I'm going to show you a video about that and then afterwards tell you a little bit more.
Do you know what it takes to impress top IT companies? Well, we do, and we make sure our students have it.
Yeah, willing to work in a team, someone that is there to benefit and take the team forward.
People component. We need people to be able to be social at clients, to be able to build those relationships.
To contribute meaningfully to society, more importantly, keen to innovate.
So what the Career Day does for us is we put the companies and the students in contact with one another on campus as well as online. And companies have an opportunity to advertise themselves. This is what we do. This is why we're the best place to work for, and so forth. And students bring their CVs. We put people in contact with one another, and then there's a whole conversation beyond that, after that. Our business, or rather our industry, is also very much aligned with certifications. Everybody in IT knows this. At some point, you're going to run into somebody with AWS something, or a A+, or a IBM, or a something. So what we do is bring that material into our curriculum. Now, we are not a certification in that sense company. There's other companies doing that. We just want to make sure that should you be interested in going for a CompTIA or a Cisco or a Microsoft certification, you've already been exposed to those materials. With some of these companies like CompTIA, we have agreements in place that gives the discount, quite a tremendous discount for writing the actual certification. So should you be interested in that, that path is also open for our students. Then we have a number of international partnerships. Our name is a little bit exotic, I think. Belgium campus simply means that our roots lies in Belgium. So as a result, we still have a very strong relationship with Europe. We are building our relationship into Africa with universities on the continent, and also 1 or 2 universities in America. Now, we do not do the kind of qualification or program that means you just go from here to there. It's just not a joint degree or anything like that. It's a partnership. And we find those partnerships in our projects. So there's a number of projects that we run for our students, Biz IT Week, Hack the Waste, and so forth, where it's a project with students from those institutions. Quite a lot of fun to see the cultural exchange from time to time between European students and African students. It's only then that both sides start to learn how different everybody is. This is another example of projects that we are busy with. You can ask me more about that if you are interested. I do want to point out, though, that these projects involves participation in a project with students from other universities. It is not that we send you anywhere. We don't put you in an airplane to America and say, well, go do your project there. Internet opens up everything for us these days, so you'll be locally participating in a project with international students. We are also increasingly seeing our students perform on the international stage. In 2024, we had a student that participated in a BRICS competition and won 2nd place, which was a wonderful thing to do. Now, I use this slide to brag a little bit, not because I'm particularly competitive, but to show that our students are educated enough to be able to compete on the international stage. So I don't know who was more surprised with that prize, the student who participated or what, I don't really know. But it was a lot of fun to realize, but we are relevant on the international stage. So that is one more example I use to show that what we do well. There's another video coming that speaks specifically to a water hyacinth project. I'm asking all the parents to be gracious. These are students I'm speaking, so they're not polished international speakers, but they know their stuff. Here we go.
This is Duan, I'm Tian, and we're just going to show you a quick overview of our project. If you look behind us, you can see a big dam, or it looks like a field of grass. It's supposed to be water. That's water hyacinth. We want to eradicate that. The Center of Biological Control already has a program where they use biological control to increase the amount of water hyacinth in the dam. Our device that we created is just to help them with that process.
So here we have the sensors that we built. We have the GPS sensor to track, which is this little device here. Have the pH sensor over here, which is in the bottle. We have these 3 sensors. The pH sensor then sends data and collects data, which we use to detect or measure the different levels of the quality of chemicals in the water. The TDS, which is these little wires over here, we use to collect the different minerals and detect the totally dissolved solids are in the water to help determine what the different chemicals are as well, but in this sense the minerals more than the chemicals. And this all helps us determine the final standpoints of what causes the hyacinth to grow so rapidly.
We can help them to know where and when to release biological control agents that they already have. Cool. Anything else?
So what you'll notice that with IT people, we take a lot of stuff for granted. It's obvious to us, so we think that it's very cool, and it looks somewhat mysterious potentially to non-IT people. Now, the water hyacinth is just one example, and we bring our technology knowledge to that, but it's also about AI and machine learning. It's one thing to let these bugs loose on the plants get eaten up, and then, well, there you go, the plants go away. But the value that we bring from our side in these projects is the understanding of when is the best time to release these bugs. Where should we, they call it the carpet on the dam, where's the best place to be most efficient to release these things. So very exciting projects, and there's a number of those at Belgium campus. There is also a vibrant and active student life here in Pretoria campus. I'm going to call Mariana up just now to talk about the residences, but let me quickly get through this. There's another video for you.
Life as an IT student has never been this exciting. At Belgium campus ITversity, we're active, we're agile, we're social, and we love a challenge. It's the way we're wired.
So we're not boring, we also play. And as you can see, we play a lot and we play hard. We've got a soccer team. No, we don't have a soccer team. I think we've got a rugby team. I don't know. We got teams and they play sports, right? I don't, because I'm a bit old and long in the tooth, but our students do wonderfully exciting things. So on today, you're going to see something about the residences. You can speak to our lecturers up there at the Smart Cities. You'll see some of the projects there as well. Please ask them all the difficult questions. I give you permission to do so. You're the ones who want to come study with us. You've got some questions, something that you don't know, you're going to ask me too. But please interrogate our lecturers and our department heads at the place there so that they can give you some answers. But I'd like to bring Mariana up to the stage or to the podium to just quickly talk to you about our residential offering.
Dad, but it sounds like my mother. Is that fair? Right, ladies and gents, on campus we have got 21 residents. Got about 223 students presently sleeping on campus, and you will read it says 7 off campus. That doesn't mean it is privately owned. It is owned by Belgium IT campus under our control. Off campus is Sunbird, Liege. We've got Oostende, West Campus, Brugge. Can you hear it's all names from Belgium? It's the reason from Belgium because we are falling under the fondle of Belgium campus. So all my reasons is like small towns in the sense Nokke, the names that we have given to the different rooms. Whether you stay off campus, as they call it, or on campus grounds, which was the previous ones, the rules, the regulations, the doing and the dealing is exactly the same. I don't do something on main campus that I don't do at Oostende. I don't allow students to do something different at Diepenbeek because they stay off campus. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. You are on the property of Belgium IT campus. Is that clear? Do you understand the concept? And as I say then, sorry, if mom puts you through the gate, I take over. And then you must take the punishment from the old white lady, or, you're going to be best friends, or I'm going to phone your parents. I found that's the easiest way to discipline any student. I'll talk very nicely the first 2 times, and the third time, sorry, I phone your mom, I phone your dad. Because if you don't want to respect me, maybe you'll respect them. Is that fair? Good. Let's go on. For our first years, 95% of our students will either stay in a double room with a shared bathroom, or, no, I must go one back. Okay, I don't have a picture. It will be a double room with a shared bathroom. That means we are 2 people in the room staying inside with our own bathroom. And then we've got rooms which is a double room with a public share bathroom. So we could be 3 rooms that shares 1 bathroom in the passage. But the rules and the regulations of the cleaning of the bathrooms, of the passages, of the rooms, it stays exactly the same. Now you might ask, but you do advertise single rooms. Yes, there's the double room with the private bathroom. Now you're going to say to me, but you do advertise single room with shared bathroom, or a single room with a private bathroom. For my seniors. My first years, sorry, you stay in a double room, whether it is with a private bathroom or a sharing room. What are you doing to my poor child? She needs her space. She needs to learn to communicate. She needs to learn to share. She needs to learn to trust. And where do you pick that up? In the residence. Then next year, July, when the bookings for 2027 opens, then I become a senior. Own single room, private bathroom. Own single room with a sharing bathroom, depending on the cost. What have I done? I taught you, you're not in matric anymore. You're not the head boy and head girl anymore. You're not the main spanner in the packet. You are a first year. And we're going to grow into being a senior. Parents, do you like that? Just bring them a little bit back to where they're supposed to be, instead of walking into Belgium campus with an attitude. Right. We've got single studios. It means a room with a kitchen, a bathroom, study area. It's like a small bachelor. It's got a study room. It's got a small kitchen. It's got your sleeping area, everything within a studio. More pricey than your others, and that's why I say it's very important to see what is the pricing before you make a decision. Please don't bring your child under the impression he's going to stay in Oostende, the most expensive rooms on Belgian campus, but you as a parent can't really afford it. Halfway through the year, the disappointment comes when you must say to that child, sorry, you can't stay on campus anymore. Am I correct in saying that? And that is the reason I'm mentioning these things, so that you don't make something or tell your child something which is going to make you not eat at night because you really can't afford to have your child in a specific room. The service that you're going to get, whether it's in Oostende or in Genk for our sponsor students, is exactly the same. I don't treat Oostende students different than I treat the students in Genk. You're a student. Point. And nobody comes to you during lunch and say, hi, do you stay in Oostende or in Genk? Because I can then decide if you're in my group or not. It's not going to happen. They don't live that way on campus. All right. What is the facilities? This beautiful cafeteria where you eat 3 meals a day. You don't need to cook. That's the nice part. The only time that you need to look for your own food is over weekends, where you've got 4 options. We've got what we call a sponsor group, that the sponsor then provides the meals during the weekend. We've got the canteen that for a very small amount of money can provide you with 3 meals on a Saturday and a Sunday. And then we've got this lovely thing they called Uber, that brings those takeaways in, or Mr. D, whatever. And then the 4th option, all our residents has got public kitchens, student kitchens. So if you're in love with 2-minute noodles, you go to the microwave, you pop it in, you make your own 2-minute noodles. If you want to make a burger for yourself and you brought your pot and pan, make it. It's your food, you prepare it in the student kitchens. What gets service on a daily basis? All our student kitchens. All our public areas, that's toilets, bathrooms, passages, daily we clean them. The rest I'll explain to you now. The reason I said that is you're not worrying about, my child making food in a public kitchen. It's clean, neat, and has got everything you need in there. Laundry and cleaning services. Now that's my strong point. You are allowed to take your washing once a week to the laundry free of charge to get washed and ironed for you. 20 pieces of items of clothes, no blankets, no pillows. For the rest, in the basket, which you get provided. So your basket will read Leuven 12. You put your washing in, it gets signed in at the laundry. 4 o'clock this afternoon, you go and fetch your basket. Every person on campus is allocated a specific day. For instance, Genk is on a bottom floor, is on a Tuesday. Genk top floor on a Wednesday to the main campus laundry. I've got 5 laundries. So you're not going to walk from Sunbird all the way to main campus to get your washing signed in and signed out. We pick the nearest location to the residence. Is that understandable? Just make sure your clothes is marked, because you can't come and tell me, that girl has got my shirt on. And then I go to that girl and I pop it over and your name is not in there, then I can't help you. Because the laundry can get confused. Imagine you doing 230 students' clothes. It is a possibility. All right. Cleaning of the rooms. Once a week, we go physically into your room, where we clean your room. We mop it, we sweep it, we do the polishing, we make sure your window is clean, but I don't make your bed. I'm not your mama. Is that fair? But now the interesting part, moms and dads, listen carefully. My cleaners is just as strict as I am. Because if they inspect that room, whether it's the day she's supposed to clean or any other day, and she find that room in a mess, she's going to speak to the student and say, hey, make your bed, put your clothes in the cupboard, not on the floor. And maybe 2 weeks later, will just pop in there again, which is not your cleaning day, and say, I spoke to you about this room. You better sort your room out. Because Mariana says, if your room is a mess, your brain is a mess. A duvet, people take 17 seconds to clear up and put neatly back onto your bed. And 90% of students sleep with a duvet. Correct? So, excuse sorry, down the drain. And the third time she gets there and your room is still a mess, she calls me. Once again, I speak once, and then I've got this thing they call a cell phone. And I call your mama. And I show her a video of what your room looks like. Consequences are yours. Is that also fair? Because you are representing your house. Your manners shows you what goes on for me, what goes on at your house. And if your room is a mess, and it's never, my angel's room will never look like that. But she sees the hard evidence. I'm not the one going home with you, sorry. Is that also fair? Good. Parents feeling better? Good. That's important because you're paying the account. Are you happy, parents? Right. There's a lot of things to do on campus. As I explained to your mother after the first session, are the day students allowed in these areas? No. This is for my reasons. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5 swimming pools on campus. Residents, students can go and swim whenever they love. Can take a friend with as long as the friend obey to the security rules. Sign in, sign out. We've got 2 gyms. We've got multiple study areas. When you need to work as a group, you go to the study area closest to you. Why not in somebody's room? You don't invade other people's privacy. Is that fair? Yes. He explained to you the sport, and we've got 24-hour security. So I would just like to mention very shortly the following about security. We've got face recognition gates on campus. So your face gets connected to everywhere you are allowed to in and out of campus. Now, as from January, if you're in, you can't let a friend in because then you need to go out, then you're out. So it's not multi-people going in on your face. That's if I'm a student and I get recognized, the gate open. If I've got friends with me, there's the security gate, there's the security officer, go and sign your name in on a book. Why? Because we need to look after your child. We need to look after our students. Right. I stay in Sunbird. My best friend stays in West. So I exit with face recognition from January, face recognition. I exit Sunbird. I walk to West. I enter at West through the face recognition. Tonight, 10 o'clock, I must be back at my residence. But now I'm still with my friend. So I can't get out. And I can't get in at Sunbird. Tomorrow morning, I get a list. Who didn't sleep at their perfect residence where they went out and not back? Where were you? Oh, John went from Sunbird to West. He never left West. So I called John. Say, Johnnykie, wat jy geslaap? Wat jy geslaap? You are here to study. Yes, we social. Yes, we mingle. Yes, we communicate. But yes, I've got my own bed. Can you hear where I'm going? Parents, can you hear where I'm going? So I'm strict. I am strict because you expect that from us. All right. Emergency cases. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got Network Akasha Private Hospital. We've got Pretoria North Clinic. We've got Wonderpark Clinic. We've got gyms outside. We've got Nina Park Shopping Center, which is the most popular due to the fact that there's a Spar, there's a Woolworths, there's a chemist, everything that you really need 2.5 kilometers from here. But most of the students walk there, some Uber. It's 17 Rand to Uber. But just to give you an idea, Wonderpark is 9 kilometers, but it's one of the biggest shopping malls in Pretoria. We are bringing in something next year that we are implementing that will be the first university in South Africa that has this. And it came through a very good contact with the name of Zander Loubser. He's also on breakfast ontbytsake in the mornings on TV, and he's also on 3 radio stations. He's one of the best qualified paramedics in South Africa. What am I telling you? On Belgium IT account, each student on residence will get a handband, these things that you wear. The emergency number of student on call will be in the front, and if you tip it around, you'll find your student number. Right. You get a panic attack. You can't speak. So one of the other students just come, phone that number. The first question is, what's the member number? Turn around, give the student number. Voila, they take over. They send out a paramedic. They speak to the person on the phone and say, what's the circumstances? This is what you should do until the paramedic is there. They transport you to a hospital, whether you've got a medical aid or not. If you don't have a medical aid, they will take you to George Makuri. If you've got a medical aid, to the nearest hospital that is able to look after you. First university in South Africa that's offering that service. I think it's brilliant. What is the requirements? We need to know everything about you. Your name, your surname, who's the first contact person, where do you stay, what's your blood group. So the ones who doesn't know, we're going to take a bill of blood and immediately find out your blood group so that can also go on record. What is your parents' contact numbers? Everything that an emergency paramedic needs to know is immediately available to the paramedic. Because your first 3 hours after the incident is the most critical 3 hours. What's the student's blood group? How moet ek weet? How must I know what's my friend's blood group? Is she allergic to anything? Huh? That's the answers we are getting presently, and we're taking that away. Give it to a person that's qualified to look after your child. They will contact you and say, we are on site. And people, this is not only for on campus, this is also off campus. So your child travels from here to Montana, is in an Uber, is involved in a motor accident. Nobody can speak on her behalf because she's unconscious. Bankie. There's the bankie. We see the band. Get all the info. Call the parents. This is what's going on. Does it make sense? I think Belgium campus can get a tip on their shoulders for that one. And the only other request that we will have is that the student wears the band. If you don't wear your bankie, I can't help you. All right. The rest I will explain to the students as soon as they become part of the residence. Social events arranged by Michelle normally from the head of the canteen. There's Valentine's Day. There's race hunger pains. There's LAN. LAN is too much, but there's LAN. There's hikes. There's Halloween parties. There's game nights. Year-end function. And very last week we started with Mr. and Miss B's Belgium campus. They're all around campus. Look how beautiful our girls are. Don't look too much, boys. And we also got beautiful guys that did very well, not to look too much, girls. Right, so there is social life in the residence. You are welcome to speak to me if you wanted to know any more information. If you looked at the pricing in the tent and you say, this is what I can afford, ask one of the CLCs, they'll take you there. If you want to see all the residents that's available today, you look at all of them. For you, we're going to open Genk. Okay. Therefore, I would like to welcome you next year, and I want the parents to look with an open mind to sending your child to residence. Some or other time, they need to learn to communicate, to mingle and mangle, but in a safe environment. So when they go out here, they're ready for the world out there. Somewhere you need to cut the cord, and this is a very safe environment to do so. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to greet you next year and look after you next year. If you leave here, you just turn to your left, you walk through the parking lot to the tent where you will get all the assistance you need. Have a good day and be blessed.
Study IT online with Belgium Campus ITversity, where education meets innovation. Feel like you're in the classroom, but learn from anywhere. Experience the same active engagement, passionate lecturers, and graduate with the same top quality IT degree as your on-campus peers. Limited space available. Apply now for 2026.
Your future starts here. IT is a powerful skill that's changing the world. Learn to master it at Belgium Campus ITversity. Gain the skills to go from student projects to futuristic applications with endless IT possibilities. Master IT, become the expert everyone's hiring in agriculture, robotics, cybersecurity, and aviation.
Welcome everybody, and thank you for to our interpreter joining us for today. So everybody who wants to know, it means everything's going well. Right? I'm teaching now. You see, she's going to help me. This is thank you. Okay, can we go? I like to do less of a talk by myself, so if you want to interrupt me, feel free to do so. Ask questions. What I want to do is welcome you to Belgium Campus and tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. So, if you have questions, just put up your hand and ask. Our deaf candidates will come through here. All right, so we'll check our online community. Everybody on the right? So now it's at the point where we say, get ready, get set, and go. Okay. Welcome to Belgium Campus. What we are doing here at Belgium Campus is really only one thing. We create professional IT people ready for the job market, or career-ready IT professionals, for short. It's our aim to contribute in the South African economy in this way, that when you leave here with your certificate or your degree in hand, you can do the job without having to be retrained. And we do so by having a close relationship with our industry, by putting you in front of modern technology and ensuring that the content that we are teaching you is as up-to-date as we possibly can have it in relationship to what the industry needs. Here's a video coming. I just want to warn you, when we play the video, sometimes the sound is a little bit jarring, so don't get a fright. Here is a video for you to watch. I'm Jan Mens and I'm the Academic Dean at Belgium Campus. Should you choose to study here, either I will be your problem or you will be mine. But we don't have to say too much about that right now, I hope. Now, Belgian Campus is part of a larger group of private education institutions called UXI. You may recognize some of those logos up there. For example, IMM Graduate School, Open Window, so forth. We are all part of one large family focusing on higher education in South Africa, in the private education space, and we are proud to play our part from an IT perspective. Specialize in what I call hard IT, and that simply is just a way of saying it's the IT that involves coding and working with computers. It's the serious stuff. IT is very wide, and there's lots you can do in IT, but I'd like to think that what we are doing in IT is the serious and important things. So when you join us, you'll be part of that process. What makes us unique? In short, we do what we do closely related to our industry. So you can rest assured if you sit in class, and maybe I should say when you sit in class, because you look fairly certain you're going to study here. Just want to check if that's right. The moms look nervous and the students are very serious, which I still don't understand. So are deaf students serious too? Yes? No? Maybe? The way we know we're not serious is that you smile wherever you go. It looks like this. See? Let's see if it works. Tough crowd. I don't know if the online community is smiling. I hope you are. Very serious. So what we do is make sure that the content is fresh, up to date, and aligned with what the industry needs. In that sense, we ensure good knowledge, but I really, truly, deeply believe that you can find IT knowledge wherever you go. So our claim to fame is not necessarily in what we do, but how we do it, how we teach in class, the relationship you have with the lecturer in the class, the way that we assess you, and the way that we ensure that your IT career starts here, day one, in year one. So that is what makes us unique. You can welcome to read the slide there and can talk to me more about this afterwards. So the how that we do is captured in our participative learning model. That's got three important components: the industry, students, and our lecturing staff or faculty. Now, we got more people joining us. Welcome, come on in. So these three components must collaborate and work very closely together to ensure that by the time you finish studying, you don't have to be retrained. You know what you are doing. So for our students, we do a student-centered approach. It's not the kind of teaching or learning, if you like, where you come in a class and you sit quietly and still like you are now. It's a participative process, meaning active learning, which means we don't want you to come into a class and just sit there and do nothing. So we're going to get you to code very fast. You'll be sitting behind a computer. You'll be working in teams with other students. It's quite social in many ways, but also quite tricky because you meet new people that you don't know and then you have to work with them, which is also quite tricky for IT people who tend to want to sit in a corner. All the shy people in the room says, I don't want to work with other people, but IT is a team effort. Whether you learn it or not is going to impact on the success that you will have in your career. Can I just check in my audience who is in IT? Very few. No, you're going to learn IT. So who's already in IT? So would you agree with me that IT is a team sport? Very much so. And we say it because IT is not really something that stands by itself. It is something that enables human activity in business, at home, or wherever. And think about it for a moment. All of us walking around with phones these days, yes? And it's the IT guy in the house or IT lady in the house that fixes these things. Tap on the screen for the grannies. It goes, I don't know, it's beeping and I don't know why. It's all the matriculants. It goes, don't worry, we will just, and then it looks like a mystery. That's IT. Okay, but it's a team sport. I think I've said that enough. Our lecturers, we don't employ anybody with less than a master's degree. So when you have someone in front of you teaching, working very hard, you can rest assured they are well educated and know their craft very well. And then finally, our industry, either via alumni or our advisory boards or other means, we have a very close relationship with our industry to ensure that what we teach is relevant. Now, that is not to say we don't lay the groundwork first. We have to learn to crawl before we can walk, before we can run. So there is, of course, the chance that you're going to face a learning that seems outdated. It's not outdated, it's laying the foundation. Mathematics is a very good example. You can't do differential calculus unless you've learned other skills first. So IT is very much the same kind of thing. This is all of our programs that we have in place at the moment. You'll notice the Diploma in Information Technology, which I assume, let's just by a showing of hands, who's interested in the diploma. This is where that shyness shouldn't come in. Put up your hand if you're interested in the diploma. Nobody. And the BIT, the Bachelor's Information Technology. One. It's just like voting, you know, to say, I vote for BIT. There we go. There's some hands. And then the BCom. I'm sure lots interested in it. All right, great. Now, one important thing to understand about our programs is the NQF, the National Qualification Framework Level thing. Do I need to explain that? Is everybody understanding that to some degree? Okay, if you want more, come ask me about that afterwards. We're also starting our advanced diploma and a postgraduate diploma in cybersecurity next year. And you'll notice at the bottom here, if I can get my laser pointer to work again, you'll notice here at the bottom right, we are also starting our master's degree in information technology next year. The point here is that we have quite a variety of offerings that is rooted in our three main offerings, the diploma in IT, the bachelor's in IT, and also the BCom. What is perhaps more interesting is that we are working on a number of programs in the background, which may or may not start while you're already enrolled for study here. We are also working to establish an engineering faculty. This is a long process. We started with it last year, and we don't quite know when this will be done, but we are very deep in the application process with EXA and the Council of Higher Education. Now, the match breaching course, you've probably been told about this. We believe very strongly in the link between mathematics and IT. IT has its roots in computer science, and computer science has got its roots in mathematics. So in a way, we can think of IT, hard IT, as I've said, as very deeply rooted in the way that mathematicians think. As a result, we need you to have a very strong mathematics foundation to study with us. Now, our CAPS curriculum has this maths literacy, and I think it's called pure math in English. In Afrikaans, it's just math. If you do not have that or didn't go very well in your math course, we've got a math breaching course where that will allow you the chance to improve your marks over a 3-week period, my apologies, in January. What we then do basically on that results is we apply on your behalf at the matriculation board to study our degree programs. Our marketers will have more detail around that, but I'm also willing to answer some questions for you should you have any. As I've said, we've got a number of industry partnerships, very many of those, our students in the internship. Now, the diploma and the BCom, our 4-year degree, the BCom, and our 3-year diploma all have a work integrated learning component in the last year. So that internship, we get our students or ask our students to find a job in the industry. Here's an example of where those students end up. who's employed where. Some of those logos and businesses you would recognize. To enable that internship, we have career days that we manage 3 or 4 times during the year. I'm going to show you a video about that and then afterwards tell you a little bit more.
Do you know what it takes to impress top IT companies? Well, we do, and we make sure our students have it.
Yeah, willing to work in a team, someone that is there to benefit and take the team forward.
People component. We need people to be able to be social at clients, to be able to build those relationships.
To contribute meaningfully to society, more importantly, keen to innovate.
So what the Career Day does for us is we put the companies and the students in contact with one another on campus. So on campus as well as online. And companies have an opportunity to advertise themselves. This is what we do. This is why we're the best place to work for and so forth. And students bring their CVs. We put people in contact with one another. And then there's a whole conversation beyond that, after that. Our business, or rather our industry, is also very much aligned with certifications. Everybody in IT knows this. At some point, you're going to run into somebody with AWS something, or an A+, or an IBM, or a something. So what we do is bring that material into our curriculum. Now, we are not a certification in that sense company. There's other companies doing that. We just want to make sure that should you be interested in going for a CompTIA or a Cisco or a Microsoft certification, you've already been exposed to those materials. With some of these companies like CompTIA, we have agreements in place that gives the discount, quite a tremendous discount for writing the actual certification. So should you be interested in that, that path is also open for our students. Then we have a number of international partnerships. Our name is a little bit exotic, I think. Belgium campus simply means that our roots lies in Belgium. So as a result, we still have a very strong relationship with Europe. We are building our relationship into Africa with universities on the continent, and also 1 or 2 universities in America. Now, we do not do the kind of qualification or program that means you just go from here to there. It's just not a joint degree or anything like that. It's a partnership. And we find those partnerships in our projects. So there's a number of projects that we run for our students, Biz IT Week, Hack the Waste, and so forth, where it's a project with students from those institutions. Quite a lot of fun to see the cultural exchange from time to time between European students and African students. It's only then that both sides start to learn how different everybody is. This is another example of projects that we are busy with. You can ask me more about that if you are interested. I do want to point out, though, that these projects involves participation in a project with students from other universities. It is not that we send you anywhere. We don't put you in an airplane to America and say, well, go do your project there. Internet opens up everything for us these days, so you'll be locally participating in a project with international students. We are also increasingly seeing our students perform on the international stage. In 2024, we had a student that participated in a BRICS competition and won 2nd place, which was a wonderful thing to do. Now, I use this slide to brag a little bit, not because I'm particularly competitive, but to show that our students are educated enough to be able to compete on the international stage. So I don't know who was more surprised with that prize, the student who participated or what, I don't really know. But it was a lot of fun to realize, but we are relevant on the international stage. So that is one more example I use to show that what we do well. There's another video coming that speaks specifically to a water hyacinth project. I'm asking all the parents to be gracious. These are students I'm speaking, so they're not polished international speakers, but they know their stuff. Here we go.
This is Duan, I'm Tian, and we're just going to show you a quick overview of our project. If you look behind us, you can see a big dam, or it looks like a field of grass. It's supposed to be water. That's water hyacinth. We want to eradicate that. The Center of Biological Control already has a program where they use biological control to increase the amount of water hyacinth in the dam. Our device that we created is just to help them with that process.
So here we have the sensors that we built. We have the GPS sensor to track, which is this little device here. Have the pH sensor over here, which is in the bottle. We have these 3 sensors. The pH sensor then sends data and collects data, which we use to detect or measure the different levels of the quality of chemicals in the water. The TDS, which is these little wires over here, we use to collect the different minerals and detect the totally dissolved solids are in the water to help determine what the different chemicals are as well, but in this sense the minerals more than the chemicals. And this all helps us determine the final standpoints of what causes the hyacinth to grow so rapidly.
We can help them to know where and when to release biological control agents that they already have. Cool. Anything else?
So what you'll notice that with IT people, we take a lot of stuff for granted. It's obvious to us, so we think that it's very cool, and it looks somewhat mysterious potentially to non-IT people. Now, the water hyacinth is just one example, and we bring our technology knowledge to that, but it's also about AI and machine learning. It's one thing to let these bugs loose on the plants get eaten up, and then, well, there you go, the plants go away. But the value that we bring from our side in these projects is the understanding of when is the best time to release these bugs. Where should we, they call it the carpet on the dam, where's the best place to be most efficient to release these things. So very exciting projects, and there's a number of those at Belgium campus. There is also a vibrant and active student life here in Pretoria campus. I'm going to call Mariana up just now to talk about the residences, but let me quickly get through this. There's another video for you.
Life as an IT student has never been this exciting. At Belgium campus ITversity, we're active, we're agile, we're social, and we love a challenge. It's the way we're wired.
So we're not boring, we also play. And as you can see, we play a lot and we play hard. We've got a soccer team. No, we don't have a soccer team. I think we've got a rugby team. I don't know. We got teams and they play sports, right? I don't, because I'm a bit old and long in the tooth, but our students do wonderfully exciting things. So on today, you're going to see something about the residences. You can speak to our lecturers up there at the Smart Cities. You'll see some of the projects there as well. Please ask them all the difficult questions. I give you permission to do so. You're the ones who want to come study with us. You've got some questions, something that you don't know, you're going to ask me too. But please interrogate our lecturers and our department heads at the place there so that they can give you some answers. But I'd like to bring Mariana up to the stage or to the podium to just quickly talk to you about our residential offerings. There we go. And our tech support will put everything up. I'm going to be over there. You can talk to me afterwards.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the fun part of Belgium IT Campus, the residence. We've got beautiful residents on campus. We bring the life of a real student to life on campus, where you can mingle, where you can communicate, and where you can really have some fun. I do not see that much parents, but for those that are here presently, I become the mother, as I am head of the residence, and I look not only after the cleaning part of the residence, but as I said, I become the mother of the students. So if a child is sick, he loses his key, he's got a boxing fight with a neighbor, whatever the case might be, I am then taking over from there as the mother. If needed, I will then contact you, otherwise you won't even know it happened. Is that fair? But this mother, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, is really a split personality. I'm a mother because I care. I will make sure you get the best service we can offer. But I'm also a bitch. Because I've got parents that expect of me to look after you. So unfortunately, I'm still from the old school, you know, the ones with the rules and the regulations, and that your parents love. Certain times you must be back on campus. Certain times the gates close. Certain times students are not allowed in your room. Why not? Because you don't do it at home. Why do you want to come and do it here? And through my speech, you'll pick up, it's not that bad, but it sounds like my mother. Is that fair? Right, ladies and gents, on campus, we have got 21 residents. Got about 223 students presently sleeping on campus, and you will read it says 7 off campus. That doesn't mean it is privately owned. It is owned by Belgium IT Campus under our control. Off campus is Sunbird, Liege. We've got Oostende, West Campus, Brugge. Can you hear it's all names from Belgium? It's the reason from Belgium because we are falling under the fondle of Belgium campus. So all my reasons is like small towns in the sense Nokke, the names that we have given to the different rooms. Whether you stay off campus, as they call it, or on campus grounds, which was the previous ones, the rules, the regulations, the doing and the dealing is exactly the same. I don't do something on main campus that I don't do at Oostende. I don't allow students to just do something different at Diepenbeek because they stay off campus. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. You are on the property of Belgium IT Campus. Is that clear? Do you understand the concept? And as I say then, sorry, if mom puts you through the gate, I take over. And then you must take the punishment from the old white lady, or, you know, you're going to be best friends, or I'm going to phone your parents. I found that's the easiest way to discipline any student. I'll talk very nicely the first 2 times, and the third time, sorry, I phone your mom, I phone your dad. Because if you don't want to respect me, maybe you'll respect them. Is that fair? Good. Let's go on. For our first years, 95% of our students will either stay in a double room with a shared bathroom, or, no, I must go one back. Okay, I don't have a picture. It will be a double room with a shared bathroom. That means we are 2 people in the room staying inside with our own bathroom. And then we've got rooms which is a double room with a public share bathroom. So we could be 3 rooms that shares 1 bathroom in the passage. But the rules and the regulations of the cleaning of the bathrooms, of the passages, of the rooms, it stays exactly the same. Now you might ask, but you do advertise single rooms. Yes, there's the double room with the private bathroom. Now you're going to say to me, but you do advertise single room with shared bathroom, or a single room with a private bathroom. For my seniors. My first years, sorry, you stay in a double room, whether it is with a private bathroom or a sharing room. What are you doing to my poor child? She needs her space. She needs to learn to communicate. She needs to learn to share. She needs to learn to trust. And where do you pick that up? In the reasons. Then next year, July, when the bookings for 2027 opens, then I become a senior. Own single room, private bathroom. Own single room with a sharing bathroom, depending on the cost. What have I done? I taught you, you're not in matric anymore. You're not the head boy and head girl anymore. You're not the main spanner in the packet. You are a first year. And we're going to grow into being a senior. Parents, do you like that? Just bring them a little bit back to where they're supposed to be instead of walking into Belgium campus with an attitude. Right. We've got single studios. It means a room with a kitchen, a bathroom, study area. It's like a small bachelor. It's got a study room. It's got a small kitchen. It's got your sleeping area, everything within a studio. More pricey than your others, and that's why I say it's very important to see.
Toets, toets, toets. Toets 1, 2, toets 1, 2. Dan kan 'n bietjie meer volume nog. Toets 1, 2. Toets, toets, toets. Okay, good. Toets, toets. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, kom ons kyk gou. So wat ons nou wil doen is ons wil share, né? Share. Toets, toets, toets.
You know what studying IT is all about. Sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room. Think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
Testing, testing, test 1, 2, test, test, test.
About sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room, think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
Test, test, test. Test 1, 2.
If you know what studying IT is all about, sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room, think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
You know what studying IT is all about,
And with students teaming up across borders,
Toets 1, 2, toets, toets, toets. Alles goed. Alright. En dan kan jy soos 'n slides aan. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are doing well. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. Zie ons 3 minute. Ons begin. Is dit net 'n keer?
Hy kan fisies met skerm daar sien. So kyk ek dit kom. As dit ek sien daarna raak dit praat. Hoe moet ek praat? Die ou sin.
Good morning, ladies and gents. Warm word of welcome here. I see some excitement, I see some anxiety, but it's a privilege for us to have you here on campus today, and we trust that you will enjoy the open day, that you have meaningful conversations and you ask all the questions. I will be moving around, so if you see me or anybody with a black shirt, you can ask them the questions, and afterwards, as you do the campus tour, that side, the advisors will talk to you. Most important is the coffee and the waffles, the Belgian waffles. As long as you enjoy that, of course, we do believe that we enjoy and we appreciate breaking bread together. I'm H.P. Klopper, academic head of Belgium campus. I'm not going to say too much. Normally, my colleagues say, if you give me a slideshow, that's the only reason to make sure that I stick to the time. But that being said, we did prepare some visuals for you that I will skip through. But as I said, important that we rather engage and love to talk to you.
If you know what studying IT is all about, sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room, think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
So everything that happened here today also happened on the other campuses. We have a campus in Kempton Park and also in Stellenbosch. And these big TVs is all live streamed back and forth, although this session is repeated in person on the other end. But for the rest, our TVs are interconnected, and these are just one of the videos that we do share from time to time. So you obviously came here for the reason. And in the brochures and on our website, you will see a lot of information, but I thought it good to distill it to you, to just talk to you a little bit about our value proposition and what that entails. So obviously we do a lot of things, and everybody will tell you how good we are and how forward thinking we are. And I think if you talk to the colleagues on campus, you will actually realize, I think it's not just a shallow discussion. So we've been working on our value proposition for a number of years. We focus a lot on that, all the academic discussions we have, the engagement with industry, the engagement with our students. We constantly bring ourselves back and say, what value are we doing? How do we give people the edge? How do we give people the edge over AI? How do humans remain in charge? What's the post-human effect of that? And if you take our value proposition and you unpack that, there are the important things that's in there. Now, as a background, if I look at the future focus IT curriculum, we're very involved with SAICTA, one of our associations, the South African Information Communication Technology Association, and we're also involved with TICON, the Technology Information Confederation in Africa, where we have 16 countries signed up. We're involved in that. We drive the discussion. And in the BRICS standard setup of 33 standards, our campus is the only one in Africa that have written the AI and security standards. So in the BRICS setup, we took responsibility of that. So our curriculum is really forward-facing, and not because we're that good, because we work very closely with industry. We hear what's happening, we talk to them, and together we are trying to do the best. When we get to one of the new qualifications on cybersecurity that we will launch next year, we just wait for the final approval from the Department of Higher Education and Trade, a certificate. We're already setting up a state-of-the-art cybersecurity lab, and that will be a joint event with two big industry partners. So it's definitely IT-focused and future-orientated. We have regular open days. We call them Industry Connect, where we have industry on campus. They talk to our students, they engage with them, and our students also work very closely with them in second and third year and the fourth year on real projects, real problems that they solve. So the second one is also not just an empty bullet. Practical learning, I let that to be discovered today for yourself. If you go through our venues and our makerspace, you will see what we are doing and how we really take the problems from industry, we bring them here, and we unpack them. And a lot of the demonstrations that you will see are actually being provided to us by industry to say, we don't know how to do this, help us. And we have a video at the end to explain it as well. Global relevance and competitiveness, definitely for sure. You will see a little bit later in the presentation some brands in Europe, America, and China. Last week, 5 of our colleagues returned from a week and a half challenge in China. So we work closely together. A lot of exchange programs, a lot of lecture back and forth, but also content and curriculum-wise. So I'm confident to stand here, look you in the eye and say, these value propositions are real. They're not just empty. Excellence in teaching and learning. That's the big focus in the area that I'm responsible for. How do we not just teach? How do we actually learn with the students? How do we co-create? And we really pride ourselves that we can do that. And if you engage with the colleagues, you will also pick up that they have a passion, that they're involved. And it's not that we believe in a talk and talk show. That doesn't work for us. It's an engagement model, and we speak a lot about the 360 engagement. You'll see that a bit later, where we really interact with each other and we learn from each other. So sometimes the facilitator will stand at the back of the class and everybody will learn, and you will learn with somebody in the other campus. Depends on what module you are doing, whether it's intercampus or not. Student and academic centered. You will experience that today. What we do on campus, how we engage, and if you look at what's happening in residence and activities on campus, it become a community. And where I'm sitting, it become a safe space to make mistakes, but also to learn. And you learn from mistakes, you learn from other engagements. So we really have a conducive learning environment. And then last but not least, everything we do must make a difference. It must have a practical impact. So we look at the application of that. And it's not just that we say we're doing that. We have a video to also demonstrate that a little bit later on. RPS put down what we do there with the Jacinta project. We have a group engaged with the Penn State University in Pennsylvania. We do some hydroponics. If you go down to a makerspace, there's a lot of those. You'll actually realize that these are real challenges. This week, past week on Wednesday, the internet fell over. All familiar or aware of that? Big controversial, I must say. I think Andre also confirmed the colleagues had a lot of fun on campus because this is a textbook case that I don't think we've been anticipating that, but it demonstrated what we do. And we had a lot of exams that ran online and we had to make a plan. And within seconds, we had a workaround around that. And it's interesting to follow that. So the application is sometimes as real as somebody hacked into a company yesterday. How do we do that? One of the challenges we gave to our students the other day, he said, you can hack anything on campus, try your best. And it was amazing what the student did. A lot of the printers just started to work. And in that process, we've also improved our own security. But that is kind of how far we push the application as we move forward. Some of the people you saw in the video today, I think they're down in smart cities. So you will see them there. We're part of the bigger UXI private education group. In there, we have a number of brands. So, and they're all listed there. They're predominantly in the higher education space, in the school space, and in the sport federation space. That allows us opportunity to also have very interesting and stimulating and thought-provoking discussions between brands. So just in higher education, although we're not really competing with each other behind the scenes, we're able to sit with institutions like the IMM, the Commerce Edge South Africa and those, and we engage with each other and together we learn and we move forward and we apply our mind. And that's why we, I think, have such a prominent footprint. And I can say this with an open and clear conscience. I only joined Belgium campus in May this year. So coming in, I'm not, my children always say, I'm not biased yet. But that being said, these are the brands and I really can go and research them. For most of you, you probably didn't heard about UXI, but if you drive around all these sports centrums and soccer fields and rugby fields, you will see the UXI brand. That's on the Sports Confederation. I think we have roughly about 550 rugby players on the books, just to give you an idea. And that's a small part of the business. The big sits in the academic side, and we're one of the private higher educations in here. And we're really proud of us to be part of this. And this is only in South Africa. We have some involvement up in the continent. We're working with our universities. As we stand here, we also have a full-fledged Belgium campus IT curriculum that are running in Zambia. Not on our brand, but together with Open University. And there's a lot of regulatory issues, but that's something that we are working around. So what makes us different? What makes us unique? What can you expect from us in the next 3 years? I'm talking now specifically to the new and prospective students that are considering doing IT. On the right-hand side, you see the normal words that you also expect. We have strategy, we have a curriculum, we have research, we have quality, and we have industry alignment. But I think what makes us unique is the way we engage with that. So just earlier this week, we sat down and we're busy finalizing the last discussions around our Master of Information Technology that we are starting next year. And the way we engage with industry, we bring in problems into the classroom. And we work with others, learning together in peer groups. So we've very active involvement with some of the other universities in the country, where we involve their peers on our curriculum reviews, on our boards and so forth. And that helps us to actually be solid in what we do. So we think our guys are industry ready. Last night when I got home, I'm staying in Johannesburg. When I look at my phone, one of our industry partners, new partners here in Montana that signed up with us 2 weeks ago, they took some students on a practicum. The CEO dropped me a note on WhatsApp and say, so impressed with our students, he wished they could take more. Now, for me, that's really impressive one, and I immediately shared it with our marketing team. And I think those are the kind of nuggets that gives me the confidence to stay and say, we are industry ready. His comment was the students stood out way above those from the other institutions. Now, it's not us, it's the students. We support them. We give them the space to learn. We give them the space to excel, and that engagement allow us, I think, to really excel, and the ultimate test is coming from the outside. When we look at our research, we have a very applied focus on research. So we actually, if we don't make a difference and it don't matter, we're not interested in. So all the projects that we run from mainly the third year onwards into the masters are working on real problems. Currently exciting discussion is all the hacking that's going around with our new cybersecurity that we're starting up. And it's fascinating how far that goes and how most companies actually don't know that people are fishing around in their databases, and those are real cases. You will be challenged and you will be exposed, you will be learning, you will have gray hair if you study here, because we don't have the answers always, but we go and find them. And that's how applied we are in that sense. And then there's a lifelong learning concept that we also believe in, a very last bullet of continuous learning. We learn with industry, we learn with ourselves. We have give and take, and I counted the other day, roughly about 40 master classes that we run in parallel to our curriculum. So every second week, there's a master class running. This coming Friday, next Friday, there's one down in Stellenbosch, and we stream them this side. So it allows us to really be on the forefront of new developments. In the month of October, we came out of AI Fest that we run on Belgium campus, 3 to 4 sessions a day for the whole month of October. Next year in March, we have a Dev Fest again. And those are done in addition to the curriculum, because we believe that we also learn as you go. And by bringing in industry, they share with us things that happen now that they struggle with, and our students can obviously also piggyback on that. So I think those are some of the things that make us unique, but I won't say too much. I rather going to leave that over for you to discover today, and then see if you can really test us against this. So 3 things that we mesh together, our students, our faculty, and our industry, and it become a 360 engagement of participative learning. So when we stand around the table and we look at the robot arm and we're coding that, you'll find these 3 ingredients visible. And, you know, they're like a pinch of salt. If one of them is missing, it doesn't work. So, and I think that's part of our success. We don't just talk from textbooks. We have access to the O'Reilly database. Now, most people are not familiar with that. It's a full-fledged database with the newest books that you can find in the world of IT. Some of the books are not even published yet to the normal publishers. So it's really fascinating. And in there, you can download podcasts. It's a very busy calendar. Our students have full access to the database. So any textbook that we need in the world of IT, anywhere in the world, we have access to that through O'Reilly. It's an expensive resource, but it allows us to really go forward. The other day, when I just look at the usage behind that, the average student, and this is for the mothers and the fathers, per subject download 3 to 4 books per subject. Now, that's also meaningful because we don't force them to only use one book. They must use what's relevant. The one student downloaded 31 books. Now, I'm not sure, probably downloaded that, didn't read that because I can't read 31 myself in a semester, but it's there. And you know, the podcast, I listen to them myself in the morning and on the way home. Very valuable source of resources that allow us to really be on the forefront, over and above to what's happening out there in the world. Quite a busy slide. And in the next 2 to 3 years, I'm not sure what we're going to do with the slide, Andre. We probably need to get the design people to work on that because we're going to double up almost 3 times more of the qualifications that we are working on. Just yesterday, we've finalized our Bachelor of Honors in Data Visualization and Analytics. A new program is coming in the next slide. But this is what we have on the books at the moment. Our Bachelor of Computing Information Technology, and you can see them all here. And we have a full-fledged cohort of deaf students, 25 in total, that we also offer this qualification for. The new qualifications is on the left-hand side, the cybersecurity, the advanced diploma and the postgrad diploma. It's already developed, done, dusted. We just wait for that final change in our registration certificate that we need to get from the Department of Higher Education and Trade. And it's just a tick box that needs to be done, and then we will go big on marketing that and start that. So we don't have to start that yet because we haven't received the letter. There's a meeting in the next week and a half. Hopefully we'll get it thereafter, otherwise in February. But those are fascinating qualifications and we work in them. The other one is the Masters of Information Technology on your far right-hand side. Now, the moment that one is running and hope to start it next year in March or so. At the end of the year, we will also submit our PhD program that we've already done. Now, it's important that we have that whole articulation route as we move forward. In here behind is also the mass bridging program, and you'll see it in one of the other slides that we're running the 13th of January for a month to allow people that don't have the necessary requirements for mathematics to come into our program. So we only offer it to our Belgium students. And I think that's a unique opportunity that we also support. And Kolosile and the team will talk to you a little bit later about what we do on student support. We also have a winter school that run in the middle of the year where we support that. And together with that, we have actually a very busy academic calendar, but that's what we like because we're here to study, we're here to learn, and we're here to also engage with others. But full-fledged higher education, they're all registered. I've heard earlier the week is now another conversation with all this changes in university structures. And suddenly people are asking, are qualifications worthwhile to study? We have a very good system in South Africa through the Council of Higher Education, the Department of Higher Education. And if the qualification is registered there, they tick exactly the same boxes. So none of the institutions on there are worse than the others. There's just some better. And the betterness come in how we approach our curriculum and how we engage with that. But they're all registered. The fly-by-night you will not find there. What I love about that list, they even have the qualifications and the institutions that are deregistered on there. But I think we can be proud of the system in South Africa. have big classes. You will see our venues today. In relative terms, they're small. I remember when I was one of the big institutions many years ago teaching the 6,500 first years. We don't have those sizes here. Our classes remain small, and that's where we are. The same on the other campuses. So the fact that we have small classes allow us to do that. So the limited spaces for us to a large extent is a bit of a challenge. There's always a waiting list or two, but at least you're not just a student number. You're not just another person, you're actually an individual with a name, and we engage with you. And the one campus idea, at any given time, the module that's run on this campus, run on Kempton and Stellenbosch as well. Different lectures, some are the same if we stream them online. But if there's 3 colleagues involved, every week they sit before, they reflect on what they want to do, and they reflect afterwards. So we also learn from each other. And so involving the industries from different locations, we actually have a very hands-on approach, and our colleagues are also the whole time learning themselves. The new qualifications, there they are, a number of high certificates. There's actually one on ambient invisible intelligence that we added. It's not on the slide yet, and we decided about 2 weeks ago to add that as well, so we're working on that one. And I say working, these qualifications on average take 1.5 years to get through the normal approval systems with the authorities. So we'll have them in 2027. And they're all coming, high certificates. You'll see a number of them, and some honors degrees and postgrad diplomas that are not listed here. The data analytics and visualization postgrad diploma is the one that we also added this week. So we're constantly adding, and the growth in the campus comes from not having more students in class, but having more qualifications that students can have access to, because it's highly specialized out there. Then we also, on the left-hand side, are busy with some engineering degrees. We engaged with the Engineering Council of Africa quite a bit in the past 6 months. In May next year, our application will finally serve at the final approval board. Then we'll go to CHE. So hopefully in 2027, we'll get the green light. And then we'll start to build the labs for engineering. And in 2028, we will have an engineering program that kicks off on this campus. And we're going to start with electronics, electric and computer engineering, and then also systems is a bit, but it will be a 4 to 5 year process. Now, I can imagine at that point, some of our 2nd and 3rd years would love to maybe swing over. There's always articulation routes. And the idea is to strengthen our faculty of IT by bringing in these 3 engineering qualifications, the 4th one. And from an engineering council perspective, they're very excited. There are 10 streams of engineering at the moment, and to come into a computer, they actually think that's a step forward in South Africa, and we're trying to convince them that maybe computer engineering is not the right word. We should rather call it systems engineering, like the rest of the world do, but that's an internal political discussion, but we will get there. But that's exciting, and we're busy rolling these out. These qualifications, as we roll them out, we will decide on which campus they will start. The engineering will start on this campus. You'll see we have a lot of space here, so we can build here. In Kempton, we are a bit stuck for space, hence we are considering moving the campus. In Stellenbosch, we also have a growing campus, but for engineering faculty, we have a specialized lab. There's not space to do that. Most of these qualifications are registered to be online, with a component offline, so you would be able to study them from anywhere on any of our campuses, or for that matter, anywhere in the world as well. And when I sat with Chris that just walked in here the other day, we looked at where some of our students logged in, and I was quite impressed about the different locations all over the world that they logged into our system at the moment. But those are future music. My dad told me not to count your eggs before they hatched. But as we stand here, these are nearly done with the development, and we're far down the lines. It's just almost a matter of awaiting approval for them as we continue. But I think it's good to also see the development of the campus. There's the math bridging course that I spoke about. So if you have a little bit of a challenge with a maths mark in your final matric here, we have a solution. If you want to do the Bachelor of Information Technology, if you complete our maths program in the month of January, and you get between 50 and 69, we can work with you and we will bring you into our stream. For the BCom degree, you need to have a 70. The same principle apply. It's not open for the public. It's only for our students. At the moment, as we stand here, we've got quite a number of people already entering that one. And obviously, as the results get released early in January, we will see what happened based on the application. So you're not stuck. We can actually work with you. In my previous institution, we had to send students away to go and redo matric. Here we have, I think, a very valuable entry requirement or entry space here. Seeing is believing. We had a colleague this week that celebrated her birthday, and I said to her, I don't believe it's a birthday because there was no birthday cake. And I'm old school, so if I see the cake, I can celebrate that. So hence we thought, let's bring you a few pictures. Otherwise you say, Professor Kloppe is lying to me. He talks all this rubbish. It's nowhere in there. There's some pictures of how we engage with industry. So you can see EOH on the left-hand side, and this was taken, I think, the third one on the right in our recent Industry Connect Day. Familiar faces, engagements. When we have our Industry Connect Days, this venue is full. Companies come and do their half-an-hour presentations, and students talk to them, and everybody have the opportunity to sign up and find a work. So we don't guarantee work, we just give exposure to that. And we do that across our campuses. We have an online platform where you can even load your CV, and companies are looking at that. So it's not that difficult to find. I do think we all have the inside track to the market out there because companies come to us. One of the companies that we spoke to this week, Gigs for Learning, and I'll show you some more names there. They said to us they only take students from Belgium campus. They have no interest from elsewhere. And at the moment, it's about 40 that they've taken in. And we're proud of having that. And that's working very closely with industry. So in total, we have a large number of industry partners that we engage with. And we don't just talk to them academics. We also make sure that the students actually talk to them. So who employ our students? Some of our recent statistics, you see it's not big numbers, and that's okay for us. We don't want a company, Gigs for Learning, they will take the 40, but the rest are taking 2 or 3, and they do that every year. And some years a bit more and some a bit less. This is just the recent statistics that we pulled out, and that's where our students are placed. And if you, and I think there's actually quite a bit more. On Thursday evening, I attended the alumni graduate or award function of Oculus up there in CoLab, and they will also be on the list. So we're constantly working to add to this list as people come and go. The other day we had the people from Hollywood Bets here. They're very keen on our cybersecurity space, already employ a lot of our students. And then they have also the guys from BMW brought 3 of their newest cars, and it was the main point of attraction among students. Just some more brands.
Takes to impress top IT.
Industry certifications, very closely involved with them. If I just look from the right-hand side, I'm not going to name all of them. UiPath, 2 of our colleagues are MVPs, most value partners in the UiPath group. We're very active engagement with them. Very soon we'll also add the BRICS logo here. We will be the first, and we already have the paperwork for that, to be the Skills Academy in Africa for BRICS only. So that we have. And these are everything that you expose. So we don't just talk about the brands, we have them on campus. We have a lot of international partnerships. We engage with the guys from Antwerpen this past week in Leuven for the next group. There's a group of students currently in Spain. They're coming back at the end of the month. Those are all minor and major opportunities that once you enrolled here, we will share with you the details and you can then sign up if you want. The unfortunate thing, it's not a cheap thing to attend these programs abroad because they charge in dollars and euros, as you can expect. But we also have them on campus. Jesse from Penn State, we were here the other day with a whole group of people, and then you can learn from them. And we're constantly adding to this as well. Busy IT week, hack the waste. There's a few of our activities on campus. You'll see more of the signage all over the campus. Yes, we definitely engage global. Francois that walked there on the far left-hand side, you know, he came back from China last week. And if you want to know how far advanced they are, please engage with Francois there. And that we already shared with our students as well. So there's some more pictures, flags. Always nice to see the evidence. I like the birthday cake. And then our last video, what we do here, just up the road at Hartbeespoort.
This is Duan, I'm Tian, and we're just going to show you a quick overview.
If you go down to our makerspace opposite Smart Cities, you will see the aeroplane there. Next to the aeroplane is a solar car. It's not the fastest car on the road. We bought it from one of the other universities. But next year, when we enter that solar car competition, we're going to show them what tech can do in there. And we're going to blow their minds with all the data that we can gather in there. So we're going to ramp them up. The only thing is they don't know we're coming with the car with all this technology. And you can speak to the guys there about the things that we can do on the data and technology side. Student life. Maybe hand over to my colleagues. We have active student life here on campus. They will show you the residents and all of that. I don't know where Mariana is. She's probably on the other side. But I can show you some pictures. There are people doing the rounds on the residents. They will tour you through. You can have a look at what they do. So in short, I'm not going to say much about that. It's different houses that we bought. We recently bought 2 houses down there. We convert them to residents. So you will see some single rooms, some double rooms. Mariana will explain that to you. And it's really a safe space for our students to be on here. And then we make use of this facility as well.
As an IT student.
You will see a lot of pool tables on campus. We like to keep them busy, and the more they engage with the other, the more they talk. We know they don't always talk academics, but by spending time together, somewhere there are things that are popping up. So what you can expect today, so what's next? And you will find it on campus. We have a virtual escape room. Raymond will take you through that. We have visitors to the residence. Mariana and the team will talk you through that. We have the different projects. If you go down to the tent where the waffles are, just further down into the makerspace, you will see where the car stands and the aeroplane. You can't miss that. We'll show you the projects we do. And then also we're here for academic. And that's the main reason. That's the anchor we have. As I said, it's applied. Hence, we're not going to give you boring things. The things we do are really forward thinking. And this is what you can expect on the day. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm around. You talk to anybody that you want on campus. We are repeating this session at 10 o'clock, 10:30 and 12 again. So if you want to come more in between, and I mentioned that specifically, we're always available to engage and talk to you. Is Mariana coming? Okay. So from here next, where to? Mpo? Must they? Okay. So that's Mpo. She's calm as always. She don't just organize today. She's also responsible for our graduation and all our functions. So you're welcome to go down here, maybe have a coffee or go down to the tent and the guys will take you there and you can engage with our advisors. You can talk more. You look at our makerspace and also what we do in the venues, our academics. Thank you for being here. Enjoy and be in no rush to leave. Looking forward to talk to you. Thank you. Mariana, the head of our residence, she's on the way. She will come and just quickly talk to you about what you can expect on campus residence as well. I didn't see her now, so I thought she's not here. So in the meantime, please help yourself to a cup of coffee. And then she will talk you through and show you some pictures of what you can expect then.
Thank you, little guys. Kom ik changing on pudding. Wat wil ik? Wat is dat? Hierdie een. Ja, ek gaan nie makkelijk Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are ready, I am ready, and I do apologize for being late. Yeah, there was just a little bit of miscommunication. I thought somebody else is doing the presentation today, and he was thinking I'm doing it, and then both of us are not in the cafeteria we needed. So I do give you my humble apologies for the misunderstanding, but I'm ready if you guys are ready. Right, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Mariana Bauer. I am the residence manager at Belgium IT Campus. I am also responsible for the cleaning team. In other words, the cleanliness of the residence is our responsibility. And if I say I'm the residence manager, I'm the mama. But I'm also the quiet mama, and I'm the good mama, and I'm the mama, you know, at home. You know, the one day she wants to kill you, and the next day she says, I love you. I'm exactly the same here. So all that really happens is I take over the role of the mother at home here on campus. Some of the students don't like that because, you know, as I say, it all depends which side of the scale you are on and what are you busy with. That will then at the end of the day say whether I'm the hello my liefie, how do I help you? Or becoming the bitch and say, waarmee is jy besig? So yeah, I am really mommy at the campus, and I'm trying to keep the mothers happy by being that, not necessarily the students. And because I know mom is worried, and, you know, mom wants to know, is my child okay? And is my child looked after? And, you know, and I understand I'm also a mother. Right, ladies and gents, at this stage, we have 21 residents on campus, and very soon 21 will become 22. We are very far in progress with our new residents. And I have done things a little bit different this year by opening our brand new residence first to our second and third years. I'll explain that a little bit later. And then if there's any rooms left afterwards, then we will be looking at presenting them to our first years. I want to explain if we say 14 on-campus grounds and 7 off-campus grounds. There was a little bit of a dispute last time about that, people misunderstanding what it means. On-campus grounds means directly on the premises where the classrooms are. Off-campus means it still belongs to Belgium campus. All the rules and regulations of main campus, North campus is there for West, Brugge, Nokke, Liege, Sunbird. So they don't fall under another set of rules or under another company, nothing. It belongs to Belgium IT campus. It's just not on the main campus. I just want to make that very clear. Off-campus does not mean private accommodation. It just means it's not on the main campus. All right. There's that little bit of a walk where you need to walk to your residence a little bit further than what you would have done on main. But quite interesting for me is that when we do our opening of our bookings for our second and third years, strange enough, that's the first houses that's filled. Because it's quiet, it's private, it's got the most beautiful gardens, it's got swimming pools. So yeah, you work towards staying off campus as the years goes by. Double rooms with a shared bathroom. We have got quite a few of these on campus, but they are quite big. They are very comfortable. And if we say share bathrooms, it's normally 2 rooms to a bathroom. It's never more than 2 rooms to a bathroom. We also have got double rooms with private bathrooms, and that's very popular under our first years. Now I can explain to you why I say I open for the second and the first, second and third years first of all. On campus, we've got the following accommodation available. We have got a double room with a sharing bathroom. Then we have a double room with a private bathroom. That means 2 students uses 1 bedroom with its own private bathroom. Okay? But everything in that room is duplicate. So there's 2 beds, there's 2 cupboards, there's two tables, study tables, 2 pedestals. Everything in that room is made available for 2 people. You don't need to share a cupboard. You do not need to share anything. You've got your own. Then we have got single rooms with sharing bathrooms, and we've got single rooms with private bathrooms. I would at this stage say, and I'm very honest in saying it, that I do not have 1 single room with a private bathroom available. Why not? Because it works as follows. And if you listen carefully to what I'm saying, you will understand where we're coming from. Our first year students, we normally book in a double room with either a sharing bathroom or with a private bathroom. Why? Because you're right at the beginning of your study career. You need to learn to share. You need to learn to communicate. You need to, don't laugh, I'm serious, people. You need to learn to respect another person in your space, which means you learn to be neat. It might sound to the parents very strange, but do you know how little people really knows these days how to look after their own space? And that to us is very, very important. Then comes June, July, and we open for the staying students. In other words, I am now a first year in 2026. In June 2026, we open the portals for the following year, which is 27, second and third year students to book a room. So it happens the following way. First of all, for a week long, you can book the same room you are living in if you are happy with that room. If you want to upgrade to a single room with a private bathroom, you will see a week later it pop-ups on the portal and it says you are now welcome to book the available rooms on the system. Now, I'm giving an example. You are now staying in Dinant room 7, which is a double room with a private bathroom. I'm a first year. In June comes, I can look, I see on the pop-up, I can book any room, and I say, I would like to stay in West Campus, and by June, you would have known which room in West Campus you like, because you move along, you go everywhere, you can see everything. You can come to the office, you can ask the office, which rooms do you recommend for me? I would like to have a single room with a private bathroom. Then my second and third years has got first privilege to book those rooms up until the end of October, when we then open it to the public and our first year students. Do you understand the process? So we start off with double rooms, private bathrooms, double rooms with sharing bathrooms, and then we upgrade in our second and third years as the seniors then to a single room with a private bathroom. I also need to make it very clear that we have got different price range rooms. We have got the lower budget rooms, which is our older buildings. In there, we have got single rooms with sharing bathrooms still available for next year. We've got double rooms there with private bathrooms, and that finance can explain to you. That is our lower budget rooms. We've got our middle rooms, which will be Denant. That's a little bit new, more modern, more facilities than the older residents. And then we've got our premium, which is our most expensive rooms. But I would like to also make it very clear that the service that you receive, whether you stay in Genk or you stay in Oostende, is exactly the same. The treatment you're going to get in the kitchen is exactly the same. The treatment you're going to get in the laundry from the cleaning ladies, from the staff, there's nothing like, oh, he stays in Oostende and he stays in Genk. I want to tell you today that 90% of the students living here doesn't even know where the other student stays. It doesn't matter. I'm on campus, I'm happy, and I'm doing my thing. So people, please make sure that you've got that peace of mind to know, yes, I cannot now afford Oostende. I can afford Genk. So what? As long as your child is happy, your child is accommodated, he's receiving exactly the same treatment. To me, that's important. And that is what I normally make sure happens. I also rotate my cleaning ladies. So my cleaning lady might now be working in Oostende next month, or I rotate them twice a year. In 6 months' time, she will be working in Genk. So there is absolutely, looking at your child and looking at the circumstances, no difference. Is that clear to everybody what the differences are in the different houses? This on the screen, for instance, is Nokke. Nokke is one of our latest and newest houses, and this is the standard where we're working towards for the future for all our residents to be. We've got double rooms, as I explained, with private bathrooms. So there's 2 students with their own bathroom. We've got the single room with a sharing bathroom. They're quite big. And then we've got the single rooms with the private bathroom. And that's what we are all looking for at the end of the day. We've got double studios. That means it's 2 students that stays together, but they've also got a small kitchen. So inside the room, there's a small kitchen. We also got the single studios. There's double and there's single. And then we've got what we call a triple room. That's where we've got 3 students sharing one room. But those rooms are so big that we are able to put 3 students in there, cost-wise also much cheaper. On Belgium IT Campus, we also have got a house called Leer, and Leer is for our disability students. We are one of the few, if any other, residents that has a house specifically built for students with disability. The showers has got the handles. The toilets has got the necessary handles. The kitchen tops are lowered so that they are able to roll themselves in and make their food as needed. Facilities, this beautiful cafeteria. And in this cafeteria, they serve 3 meals a day, Monday to Friday, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they also do make meals available over weekends at a certain cost, which the students buy the tickets and they can buy their food directly from the canteen. We also got a beautiful tuck shop on campus, which you are also welcome to visit today, where you can buy weekend food as well as during the week. If you feel like something from the tuck shop, we do have that available as well. Our laundry and our cleaning. Laundry gets done once a week. Every house has got a schedule. I'm giving an example. You stay in Leer room 4, your laundry day will be on a Wednesday. You are allowed to take 20 items per person to the laundry. The only things that I do not wash is blankets, the inners of duvets and pillows. I don't wash them. For the rest, your clothes, as long as it's marked clearly, we do all your washing for you. So please don't come in 2 weeks' time and tell me, Tannie, they stole my t-shirt. Is your name in there? No, sorry. Or that guy is wearing my shirt. If I walk to him and I turn the shirt around and your name is in there, he's got a problem. But if his name is not in there, I've got no proof. Therefore, and also bear in mind, ladies and gents, that these laundry ladies don't know your child from any time. Therefore, she doesn't know your laundry. She's going to know it within the next 6 weeks. She will know exactly that belongs to that one, to that one. And just when she's in a routine, winter strikes, and then we start all over again. So yes, laundry gets done once a week, and we even provide the laundry basket. All right. Cleaning, we clean all public places in residence on a daily basis. So if your house has got a kitchen, it gets cleaned once a day. But we don't wash your pots. We don't wash your dishes. I'm not your mama. All right. Your room gets cleaned once a week, and the people with a private bathroom gets deep cleaned the same day. But I don't make your bed. I'm not your mama. Fair? But my cleaning ladies has been trained to teach you to make your bed. So she's going to knock your door and she's going to say to you, make your bed. Because if your room is neat, your mind is sorted. If your room is a mess, your mind is a mess. Mummies, do you agree with me? Yes. So yes, we are quite strict and there's reasons for that. You want to present your house. You want your child to open the door with a smile anytime during the day and say, you're welcome to come in. And that is the reason why we are so strict. We have got a lot of amenities. We've got swimming pools. Brugge has got one of the biggest swimming pools I've ever seen on private property. The deep end of that swimming pool is 2.1 meter deep. So yes, but they are all fenced, all the necessary indications of when you are allowed to use it, how you're allowed to use it, blah, blah, blah. Everything is there, but it's there for the use of the students. We've got bright facilities. We've got 2 gyms, study areas. We've got on Edge. There's one at North. There's one at West. There's one everywhere where students can go and sit in a group and work together. Then we've got a lot of sports going, which is quite nice as well. We've got basketball, we've got soccer, we've got rugby, we've got e-sport, we've got pool, we've got darts. So there is some volleyball. There is so much for the students to do when they have a weekend off. Nearby, we've got Wonderpark Mall, which is about 6 kilometers from here. We've got North Park Mall in Pretoria North. And then we've got Nina Park Shopping Center, which is only 2.8 kilometers from campus. And you will not believe how many students walk to Nina Park. There's a chemist, there's a Steers, there's a KFC, there's a very big Spar, there's a Spur. Everything that you really need is at Nina Park Spa. And then, of course, we've got Virgin Active Gym, which is at Wonder Park. Very important to know, we've got medical centers. We've got, to be honest, 3 at this stage in Pretoria North. And we've got Akasha Hospital very close, which is right opposite Wonder Park. Mommies and daddies, please note, your child becomes part of my problem when they live here. Therefore, when there's an emergency, I will immediately know about it. Security will immediately inform me. Ma'am, we've got a problem. We need you. Ma'am, this is serious. We need an ambulance. And I will immediately go out and assist. Whether your child has got a medical aid or not a medical aid doesn't matter. Our assistants from Belgium IT campus will be there. But I am only going to call you 2 o'clock in the morning if it's really needed. If he's got a tummy bug, I'm not going to wake you. I'm going to give him something. All right. But when it's epileptus or anything else, immediately we will be in contact with you. So you do not need to stress. We all got first aid. We know what to do. I've done this for 8 years. I know exactly when to stress, when not to stress, when to phone parents, and when not. We are also in the process, and I'm very proud to say that, where we are going to take hands with Crisis on Call, which means every student that is a resident student is going to get a Crisis on Call armband. The only thing we request from the student is to wear it. On that band will be a unique number. And through that number, we're going to know your child's history in and out. Who's the next of kin? Is they allergic? What is the blood group? Everything will be through that number. So we call Crisis on Call. Crisis on Call knows exactly. He's got a medical aid. He hasn't got a medical aid. What to do. Send out the ambulance. Send out the paramedic. So even before you are stressed, the child is already has got the necessary attention or is on his way to hospital already. I think that's awesome. The company is looking very seriously, and I'm 100% sure it will be already up and running in February. What is also important to know is if your child is wearing his armband and is involved in an accident on his way home, Crisis on Call will still attend to your child, because that is not only for campus, but off campus as well. I think that is a very good peace of mind for all parents. As I say, we've got a lot of sport going, basketball, netball, football, and then esports, which is new and very popular. And then we've got Michelle, who runs our canteen for us. And Michelle is quite well known for all her social events she arranged within the campus. It's Valentine's Day, it's LAN, it's hikes, it's the Halloween party, it's the year-end party, it's night evenings. The Halloween party this year was one of the biggest success we ever had. Students enjoy it because it's for the students of the residents, and they really thoroughly enjoy having an evening of fun. We also had a Mr. and Miss Belgium campus this year, which was a very, very big success. That, ladies and gentlemen, is in a nutshell what the residence is all about. I am available if you need any other information, if you want more peace of mind, if you want to know what exactly, how does it work, what is the rules, what is the regulations. Yes, I'm going to put this very straightforward. We are not a prison. You also need to realize your child is done with school. But yes, there's a lot of rules. Because you need to sleep at night with the feeling of, I know my child is safe. I know if something happens, somebody will attend to the problem. At the end of the day, if I'm right, Chris, 68? I mean, cameras going 68 plus minus? Plus minus 68 new cameras are going on our residence areas. We're not going into anybody's privacy. We're not going to bathrooms. We're not going to, at this stage, to passages or bedrooms. What we are going to cover is the entrances and the exits of residents. So if somebody tells me this happened during that period of time, we can go back to footage and see who entered at that stage, who left. And then the students that think you can sleep over at your friend tonight, oh, wow, it's not a B&B. I can see where you are. I know where you are. Ek weet waar jy geslaap. And then I become strict. Because I'm going to ask you, if you stay in Sunbird, what are you doing at 11 o'clock at night at West Campus? Is that fair? Yes, because there's rules, there's regulations. We've got over 300 students to accommodate. Please, you're more than welcome if there's any questions to speak to me. If you leave from here, you turn to your left out, and then you just go through the parking lot. You will find the open day tent where there will be finance, sales, marketing, admission, everybody that you need to speak to welcome you for 2026. And I'm looking forward to have your kids as my kids. Thank you very much.
If you know what studying IT is all about, sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room, think again. If you know what studying IT is.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
IT is all about sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room. Think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
Morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Just give a minute or two. There's still some people coming in, so we'll start shortly.
Jy gebruik nie die ene nie. Good morning, ladies and gents. I'm just catching my breath because I was sitting that side and the parents spoke to me and I didn't realize the time we're running out, but I think I'm on time. I'm HB Klopper, the academic head of Belgium campus. So I'm here to share some insight with you, but in between, love to engage with you if you have questions, or down at the other side, my colleagues are also there. Please ask us anything if you have questions. So I've got a short slideshow that I want to run through. I'm actually more interested in sharing the videos and the photos with you, but first of all, let me welcome you and say thank you for being here. Thank you for taking interest in Belgium campus ITversity, and thank you for joining us here today. We hope that we can answer all your questions. We hope that we can excite you, and we hope that you can see the bright future if you engage with us and join our campus.
You know what studying IT is all about? Sitting at a laptop all day, in a dark room. Think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
You know what's
A very important part is to understand what we offer. What's our value proposition? As we sit here, we are having this event on other campuses as well. This is a live session. The rest of the day in between, we do stream because we have this one campus idea. Now that one campus idea allow us to actually share best practices, share leading practices among ourselves, and also working very closely with industry. But if we distill that, and I will unpack a bit of that more, our value proposition is built around these aspects. Now I can talk to you and you can say, yeah, Professor Klopper, this and that, you know, can I believe him? But let me give you examples. I think if I look at the first one, our future-focused curriculum. We just had 5 colleagues that came back from a week-and-a-half visit in China. We're very active in the standard development in the BRICS countries, and that's why we went there. So in the BRICS countries, there's 33 standards that people are working on across, and our campus took the lead and finalized the AI and cybersecurity standard. And we were there for participating in the challenges, and we were part of judging that. And very soon next year, we'll also run out the first training base for the BRICS standards on this campus. Now that allows us to really be forward-thinking, and that's just one example. If you look at our engagements, and I have a slide on the international collaboration, all of those are not just visits, lecture, or students' exchange program. It's real collaborative engagement. So our curriculum is IT forward focused. Next year, we will introduce a high certificate, postgrad diploma and advanced diploma in cybersecurity. We just wait for the final registration certificate from the Department of Higher Education and Trade. But what excites us, we're already far down the line of having the cyber lab in place. A high-tech lab that will allow us really to be on the forefront of understanding how to do penetration testing, work around the cyber threats, which is a huge thing out there at the moment. And the laboratory is anchoring that, and we work very closely with industry. So it's not something that we cook from a textbook. Industry-driven education, we have a regular engagement. I don't want to say daily, I think weekly is a bit more safe, but in all our modules, we have industry involvement, we have regular industry connect days, we talk to the people, they help us with the curriculum review, all of that. So whatever we do here is real time. So we don't use live case studies, we use actual case studies. What happened on Wednesday when the internet fell over, it was a textbook example, and the guys were very excited up in the departments looking at that, and I found it fascinating how the people just work around that and immediately engage. It's a good example of how practical we are. And so we can continue. I can actually tell you who hacked where last week, because some of our guys involved in that. So it's because we work with industry. We don't talk about them, we talk with them. Hands-on and practical. If you go through our computer labs today, our makerspace, you will see what I mean here. We really try and solve real problems. And I have some videos that we will share with you to demonstrate that. And those are the things we do. And I think that's important. So you're not going to study something here that you will use in 3-4 years when you start to work. You will learn something here that's already working out there, and in your practical modules, we engage with industry, we'll start using that. And if you do the work integrated learning modules, you will definitely be out there. So it's all very practical. It's not just a word for us. Global relevance and competitiveness. We came through 2 in-depth reviews this year with our industry partners. We regularly benchmark ourselves. A recent trip to China. Some of our students are in Spain at the moment. If we compare our curriculum with those and working with those people at the back end, we're not just competitive, I think we're trying to do the newest things as well. And I'll speak a little bit about our engineering degrees that's coming and how we approach that, which is a typical testament that we'll have to be on the forefront of things. And we say that's the way we wire it on campus. I'm let you to judge the third one. You're not going to experience an old traditional lecture today. If you look at what we do in the AI Challenge, that's the kind of way we approach our lectures. It's not to say that you won't here and there need to go through some of the theoretical frameworks, but our guys are excellent. Recently, amongst South African private higher educations, you have the 2 groups, USAF and SAPI. For private education, we fall under the SAPI space. There was 31 nominations. We submitted 9, and out of the 8 winners, we actually won 3 of the final awards. 2 in the research category, 1 in the community work, and we are runner-up in the teaching and learning space. Now, a group of 139 private institutions, for us to take 3 of the 8, I said to the colleagues, I'm very, very proud of them. So academics, we celebrated amongst ourselves. We're student-centered. It's all about the experience, and it's a total engaged experience. So for us, it's not just what happened in the class, it's also what happened here during the breakfast and the lunches, what happened in the residence that you will know afterwards. It's campus life. And that 360 engagement, conducive environment to learn is extremely important. Most of the questions that we have on days like this is, if I get stuck, what will happen? If I need help, what will happen? All of those answers we have for you, and we will talk to you about, and we'll actually realize that we don't just talk about big data, we also use big data. So to the parents in the room, I know the prospective students are excited and they don't necessarily want to hear. Where we sit in the academic department, I can tell you, and my colleagues can tell you, in week 1, week 2, who've missed the class, who haven't engaged, who haven't submitted an assessment, we look at that big data, we put the pieces together, and then we realize that this person were not in class today, also didn't walk through the gates today, he didn't locked into the AVD, and we know he or she is absent. So we can interfere and we can intervene and it's important for this. So we're not policing that, but sometimes disengagement, in most cases, early warning sign of that you en route to failure. And you know, for us, it's important that we can succeed here today. And then the last one is very much focused on applied research. So research is not something you talk about, that you do now and then or think about. It must be applied, it must have a real impact, it must make immediate difference. So this week on the internet that fell over, we've got a lot of new systems in place, processes that we've immediately implemented, and it was a lot of fun for colleagues. We have a project at Hartbeespoort Dam. We have one at the moment measuring water quality. If you go down to our makerspace, you'll see our aeroplane, our car, solar car. We're going to enter the competition next year. Not that we will probably win the solar car competition, because it's a heavy car, but we try and pick up the challenge and say, let's see what we can do. But that thing will be having the best tech in the world in there. And if we look at what we will be measuring, because everybody going to the solar car just to win on solar, now there's a lot of different things that they don't measure, efficiency and all of that. So it will be the best high-tech solar car that we will take out there. So there are some of the things, but I challenge you to walk around today and then judge and determine for yourself. These are something that I definitely can tell you we are focused on. Some of these faces you will recognize today as you walk around on campus. So we're part of the UXI group. Now this is something that people don't always know about and don't realize. Now why is that significant? In the UXI private education group we have a number of brands, and these are just some of them. There are far more. We can divide them roughly around 4 classifications. Private higher education and higher education band where ourselves sit. So one of our sister brands is IMM, Commerce Edge South Africa, CTU. Now that allows us at the higher education space to also talk about the developments in future. And I think that allows us the opportunity to also share insights across the brands. And we're not competing with each other. If I look at what's happening in Open University, we are collaborating, in fact, with them very closely. On the graphical side and the design, they do have some computing programs that or modules that we involve with. We have our full curriculum on Belgium campus that's also run up in Zambia under the umbrella of Open Window University. We have a little bit of a different regulator setup there that allow us a bit more freedom, but it's higher education. Then on the second one, you'll find a lot of private schools in there as a feeder for us. So we're also involved at school level. And then on the sports confederation part, there's a number of sport confederations involved here. So maybe your observation would have been if you drove around in the Pretoria region or Johannesburg, you see those UXI sports fields. Those are ours. We have about 550 rugby players in our system on the books, and that's a small part of the business. The bigger part is what we do on the educational side, and specifically here we're on the higher education band. Opposite the road, as you enter up to the other part of the campus, you'll see the Flanders School. That's one of our private schools, and we're working closely with others as well. So it's a big group, and the group allows us to share best practices and knowledges across. But that being said, every campus has its own unique focus. Then you also see here up in the center TICON, Technology Information Confederation, that we involved with. We're one of the founding members of them. Up in Africa, 16 countries already signed up. Earlier this year in September, we returned from a whole week in Ghana where we had the TICON conference. Next year it's up in Zambia, and we specifically look at how do we influence the information technology on the continent. And behind that, for instance, the whole standard development in United Nations on data governance, and we're part of that. So we're proud of TICON. Next week, Friday, I'm down in Cape Town. We have a TICON event that we hosted, and as a founding member, we're actively involved. Now, those things we bring through. As a student, and I'm talking to the students now specifically, as you graduate and become part here, you will be invited to these events. SICTA, the one here on the far right-hand side, South African Information Communication Technology Association. We also founded that, and we have regular events, and we make them available for our students. As you graduate, you become a member of SICTA for free for life. So one of those benefits that we give through. So these are the brands, and you're welcome to go and read about each of them in more depth. We're very proud of that. As a higher education group, it says a lot who our family is and how we engage with them. So we've not been around the block for a number of years. So what makes us unique? What makes us different? Now I'm going to let you to be the judge of that yourself. On the right-hand side, you'll see the key words that you expect in a presentation like this. We're definitely industry-led, industry-focused. Give and take, any week or so we have a specialized session or masterclass on campus. I counted this past year, we had 42 masterclasses that our students can attend, and they scheduled in between the classes. Very valuable, where we have industry people that come in and talk to them about specific matters. The last one I attended was somebody from, I think it was a Zoho presentation. Now that we do, an industry-led. We also have Industry Connect Days, where they come and they put up their stands, and you can engage with them as a student, and you can look for holiday work and permanent work and, you know, practical experience in your assignments. We have a website, a portal where you upload your I don't want to say CV, let me rather say your GitHub profile. You can upload your CV with a link to GitHub. And you know, they can look at you and you can look at them, so you can talk to each other and you can find a work. And I think that's valuable. So all students, next year when you join, we will have all orientation around GitHub to make sure that you set up a proper profile, because on there you load your projects that you'll do in your first and second and third year. You're in essence building your CV in there, and people look at your GitHub profile. They don't need to say, have you used AI to generate the CV? They can just look at the GitHub profile. So it's really there. And then we also had the AI Fest now in the month of October. On any given day, between 3 to 6 different sessions, all led by industry experts. Now those are nice value add that we expose you to, and those guys come in and we embed them in curriculum, and that's part of, you know, doing the cutting edge things as we speak about here. And that's over and above bringing our international insights in. Now sometimes our international partners are ahead, sometimes we're far ahead of them. It's a matter of sharing knowledge. And so I'm going to skip the next one. You'll see one of the slides to come. We're doing some, I think, fascinating research here. Look at the Jacinta project, the last video today at Hartbeespoort Dam. If you look at the aquaponics, we have a watering monitoring system. If you look at how we monitor some of the data centers, we work with a big data center without giving them away there in Midrand, in the African continent. It's the right space to be. So I can comfortably say here to the prospective students, you're looking in the right direction. You will enjoy every moment in your next 3 to 4 years of study. And then you can hopefully continue furthering your studies with us. And to the parents, if you put my message and Mariana's message and all of that together, your children are in safe hands, but we will push their boundaries. We will make them and we mature them and we will let them learn. And they're going to walk out proud. Just last night, there was a new company up the road in Montana that took 7 of our students about 2 weeks ago, and the guy dropped me a note and he says he's so impressed with these students. They're standing out way above
those from the competitors next year only want to take Belgium campus ITversity students for internships, and that's for me, you know, it's really it's proof that we're doing something right, and we must just not be arrogant about it. We must just keep on continuing pushing the boundaries. Hence, you know, to talking to the industry, and for us is crucial. We want to become a hub. We will never change that word "want to." In many ways, we are a hub, but let's say we want to, because if you think you arrive and you think you're the best, you're dead. So we keep on pushing the boundaries on that. And then we have a culture of continuous learning. We learn from each other on a daily basis, and we challenge each other. You know, Audrey standing here in the IT department, we learn from them the other day in service. And you know, they come and tell us how to set up a service, or there's a new thing. So we also share that with the students. So it's a constant learning environment, which is, I think, very valuable. And you don't find that in any institution. Sometimes you have a lecturer, and that's about where it stops and starts. Here, it doesn't work like that. You saw Chris, he brought me my coffee that I forgot on that side. Head of our IT program, you know, if you want to know something about service, I think between him and Audrey, you know, there's not many people that know how to do what. They even help some of the other universities to set up their networks behind the scene. Always come to us. We have 2 groups that this year visited us to look at our AVD system. Now, they want to install the AVD. We're already in the next mode beyond AVD, so we have the next sleeve up our trick up our sleeve. But okay, that's just how close we are engaging on matters here. My wife always say there's 3 sides to a story, and mine, hers, and in between. Now, there's 3 sides to academic success, and we understand that. It's not just the student, it's also the industry, and it's also the faculty. And if one of those ingredients is missing, it's like salt in a pot of whatever you prepare, something's not working well. So we understand that these are blended together, and we constantly engage and ensure that they are complementing each other. So in any given stage, if one of those aspects is missing, we don't have a 360 engagement. And that's really what we push on campus, a 360 engagement, not just between these 3 parties. I don't want to say 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because all they play made Jack dull boy. But in the process, for us, it's about that developmental journey that you're on, a word of discovery, continuously learning from others. And if you go down to our makerspace, you will see what I mean. And when you look at the projects there, look at the student, and look at the first or second or third year that explain it. You look him in the eye, and you can see the excitement. And for me, that's always the proof that we're doing something right. And it's by forcing these 3 things to work very closely together. Our qualifications that we have at the moment, there they are. Next year, we will probably need to have 3 more slides, and I'll show you a bit later. We are working aggressively on new qualifications. So the growth of the campus, and this is important, we don't want to grow the lecture venues bigger. We want to bring in more qualifications, more specialization areas that will allow the campus to grow. And I'm talking about the other 2 campuses as well. This is what we currently offer. The 2 on the left-hand side, the advanced diploma in cybersecurity and the postgrad diploma in cybersecurity is not really advertised yet. We have all the papers in place. We just need to get the final certificate with the names on there. Then we can go to market. It's one of those rules of higher education. They're fully developed. We're ready to roll them out. We will probably start them in June next year, because the moment we get the green light, we want at least 3 months to advertise it properly. We already started to appoint lectures, so that's exciting. And the same applied to the far right-hand side, the Master of Information Technology that we also roll out. And interesting enough, and I just said to one of the new students down at the stand, his brother was there, 4th year engineering at WITS. We have 1 WITS student and 2 UJ students that want to come and do that one. And they picked up because we also go and visit those project days. But okay, those are our qualification list at the moment. We will double up on that. Interesting enough, if I look at our 1 qualification, the Diploma in Information Technology here in the far right in the middle, SASL South African Sign Language. We have a group of 25 deaf students that we also have on that program unique, and we support them through that. A special group of lectures we run them through, so we're very proud of our qualifications spanning the moment from 6 till INQF level 8. In the slide to follow, I'll show you the new high certificates and postgraduate and honors degrees in engineering that's coming this way.
Study IT online with Belgium Campus ITversity, where education meets innovation. Feel like you're in the classroom, but learn from anywhere. Experience the same active engagement, passionate lecturers, and graduate with the same top quality IT degree as your on-campus peers. Limited space available. Apply now for 2026.
So it's not just me talking, the keyword there is limited space. In our new qualifications, there will always be limited space, and you will see why. If you go on campus, our venues are not big, and that's fine, we like it that way. Small venues allow us to have meaningful conversations with our students. So the limited space is a reality, sometimes it fill up. On our Kempton campus, we pretty much have a full campus, so we'll need to grow, and we're looking for another premises, and when we grow, we will not have those big venues that you will find at some of the other institutions. We like to keep them small to ensure that we have proper engagement. The new programs on the way, a number of high certificates there on the right hand side. We've even added about 2 weeks ago a new high certificate in ambient invisible intelligence. So if you go into the AI space, you know, AI for us, a big umbrella, we chop it roughly about 8 different slices, but those are the new high certificates in INQF 5 that will be available hopefully 2027. Yesterday we've received the final honors degree in or postgrad diploma in data analytics and visualization. We will now submit to this Council of Higher Education, and then it's about a year and a half en route. So our plan is to have these hopefully by 2027 rolling out. High certificates to INQF level 5, and then you'll see the number of honors degrees on a level 8, and also postgrad diplomas. At that point in time, if we have our masters that we start next year, we will have the first cohort of doctoral students, probably also towards 2027, 2028. It's a whole stepping up game that they only allow you to take in. But those are the ones that we are working on at the moment. We also have a full-fledged 4 engineering degrees that we are busy introducing. In total, 69 modules between electronic, electric, and computer, and then mechatronics. 69 in total. We will start with electronic engineering, hopefully in 2028. And then we add on the rest to come. We're far down the lines with the Engineering Council South Africa. On the 6th of May next year, our application will serve at an internal meeting, and then you need to go to CHE, so we'll probably get the green light towards the end of next year, early in 2027, and we will then start to build those engineering labs, and then 2028 we will hit the market with these qualifications, then adding one every year to come, and it's a very nice complement to our existing discussion of degrees here. EXA is very excited about the computer engineering that we will be adding, and we will lead the way in that one as an addition to the 10 engineering streams as well. Now, a discussion we're having with them is why can't we go for systems engineering? Because we believe that's really where the world is developing to, and how you bring the different systems together instead of calling it computing engineering, but it's not an easy conversation, but at least they're open for that. So these are the new qualifications that we are working on, and for me that demonstrates growth in the campus, growth in the way we're doing, and a lot of these are actually built on what we do in the BCom and the BCom and the diploma engineers. So high certificates we stretch downwards and we just continue that. So we already have a lot of gamification and all of these things woven in. We just need to do more of that. And I thought, let me share the new qualifications, because maybe in future, once you're done with your degree, you want to do one of the postgrads or honors or masters, or at that point, some of our doctoral programs. Mass bridging program, if you need some information around that. Once we get the matric results on the 13th of January, we will fill up the program. We already have a lot of people on there that don't need the maths to enter our different degrees. So for the Bachelor of Information Technology, between 50 to 69, and for the BCom, you need to have 70 or more. That bridging course is specifically for our students only. So if you don't have the mathematics minimum requirements, you can do the bridging program. It's full intensive, full day in January. At the end of that, whatever mark you get, we're confident that we can help you to improve your mark, and it will help you to gain access to our existing qualifications. So if you are a little bit of challenge with your mathematics mark, do talk to us. Very positive feedback from this program in future. 5 different lectures, that's for that month of middle of Jan till Feb. That's what they do, and then at least we can allow our students to also comfortably having the foundation knowledge to step up into the world of mathematics and programming, because our maths lecturers are not shy to have mathematical discussions that are challenging. And I said to one of them the other day, you need to not talk to me in numbers, but in words that I can understand you properly. But this is why we do that. In our programming, networking, all of that's very driven by the computational expertise behind. Some pictures. We had a colleague last week that celebrated her birthday up in my office, and I said to her, I don't see a birthday cake, so no evidence, I don't believe that. And I thought, let's then make sure we give you some evidence. There's pictures of non-Belgium campus ITversity people. On the left-hand side, EOH, and I think the other 2 at our recent Industry Connect Day. When the industry come in, we had the guys here of Hollywood Bets, and they said to us, they like our students a lot. They only want to take our students. And when they heard about our cybersecurity, they announced more of our students, because that's a big challenge for them. And I see gambling the last 2 weeks is a big discussion, the negative habits of that, but there's a lot of cybersecurity behind that. And if I spoke to the guy from Kojima earlier this week, so that's what we do at the Industry Connect Days. The people from BMW brought 3 of their newest cars, and that was very attractive. So I think there will be some more cars next year. Every car company, CMC, they will probably bring their vehicles the next time, and you will see at the makerspace as well. But these are real people, real industry people, and it's just some of the partnerships we have, and we're very proud of that, about 130 plus. Now, when I look at that, just some recent statistics in the last cycle, that companies took our students, they engaged with them, so we don't guarantee work, but we put them in contact, and they get absorbed. When we do graduation, almost all our students are already working in May, because of the practical engagement we have during degrees. In the recent cycle, those are the numbers. They're not all big, but that's okay. If one company take 2 or 3, and every year, sometimes they take a bit more, sometimes a bit less. It depends on who they employ and where, but those are real numbers. So if you know somebody from those companies, ask them, and you will find a Belgium campus student there. And that's what we be proud of, and we do track that, because for us, that's the best feedback. When those companies come back and say, our guys make a huge difference. They can do their job, they can code, they can program, they know how to set up a proper network. And there's just a few of the recent brands that we can share with you. There's also a lot of others, but I just said, let's do the last cycle, because it's real data that we work with.
Takes to impress top IT companies? Well, we do, and we make sure our students have it.
Yeah, willing to work in a team, someone that is there to benefit and take the team forward.
People component. We need people to be able to be social at clients, to be able to build those relationships.
To contribute meaningfully to society, more importantly, keen to innovate.
Just this week we've met with Geeks for Learning, and they busy scoping out, but they want to take about 40 of our students in the next cycle. So it's a constant engagement, and we do that by being very prominently involved and constantly looking for new partners to sign up. Next week, Thursday and Friday, I'm down in Stellenbosch with our Psych event that we sponsor there, but meeting with 2 other companies that are interested in getting closer involved with us. And we don't just send students to them, and they don't just take students, we also bring them in to our master classes and our AI Fest. We will have a development dev fest in March next year. So the industry thing for us is very close to heart. Some of the certifications that we have, that students have access to. Most recent one that we had during October with our AI Fest from UiPath. On average, those certifications about $250 to $300 per certification. With our involvement with them for the fest, they actually gave all our students that were interested a free seat to participate in that. So we're constantly busy with what's happening in the world of Cisco, AWS, or Huawei, because as we work with them, not just on the hackathons, but all these events, they actually give back quite a bit, and we just want to acknowledge them for that involvement as well. So these certifications are real. At the back end, we have O'Reilly as our resource. It's the biggest library for IT books in the world. It costs us a lot of money, but in there you can find any IT book or any related topic that you want. You can download the book on your tablet, you can listen to a podcast, and in there's even a range of certifications. I get a monthly one, and it's about, on a normal screen, about 4 Excel pages full of lines with different certification options. That's for free. So there's no reason why our students cannot collect these badges. And some of them, if they still wear the jackets like in matric, I don't think there's enough space for all the certifications that they got, and that's beautiful. So it's a constant learning, lifelong learning experience and exposure we give to them. At CompTIA, they made the full curriculum available for us for free, so our students even have access now to the CompTIA certifications as well. And I think we managed to get that because we have such a long established relationship with them. Our international partners, quite a bit. There's a group of students for us currently in Spain, Europe, Spain, Portugal. They're doing a 3-month minor exchange program there. Next year in February, we have the guys from Penn State again here. We spoke to the Leofen guys last week. And these are just some of the active engagements, and there's constantly more. Next year, we actually said to the guys, we should have put up our China connections here and India, that we also have. But at the end, you know, these are the bigger ones that are active. And there's a lot of those. Now, they unfortunately not for free. They cost some money. The dollar and the euro is not cheap, so students need to pay for that out of their own pocket, but we do support them and have engagement on other end to kind of, you know, discount the fees, and it's mainly on the travel. That's where it's at. There's no registration fees or so involved. So a very well-established, I think, long-term relationships that we have. And just to give you an idea, when Jesse and the team from Penn State come, they're about 35 people that will come here, 4 or 5 lectures, the rest are all students. So those are active engagements that we are busy with. So there's enough opportunity to engage with people from abroad. Even if you're not participating in those events when they're on campus, we fully integrate them for that period of time. More brands and more experience, so there's the evidence. I like the birthday cake or the waffles down at the stand. Make sure you get some of them. And you'll see some of the projects that we're running there. On the left-hand side, I can see in the hangar, our makerspace. In the middle is our Stellenbosch campus. And then on the right-hand side, the mega project with Fontes. That's also down in Stellenbosch where we took those pictures. Some more pictures. You know, it's almost like my kids say, go somewhere and take a selfie. I'm not a photo person myself, but we took some selfies and photos here to show you the flags. And I think it's active engagement. So the other day, Chris, I was in his office and we just look at some of the usage during the exam on our back-end AVD, and we look at where people are logged in from. And it was actually kind of scary when I see students are locked in from, at that point, Amsterdam, Australia, America, all across the globe for some of their online exams. And they're there, they work, they travel. It's something that we do actively engage with. So you will see a lot of these on campus the moment you arrive here. And obviously we're now able to ramp up the BRICS reality now that we acknowledge BRICS Academy Training Center, and we're driving those two hard up down into Africa. And our last video, two of our students, also very proud of what they've managed to accomplish.
Tian, and we're just going to show you a quick overview of our project. If you look behind us, you can see a big dam, or it looks like a field of grass. It's supposed to be water. That's water hyacinth. We want to eradicate that. The Center of Biological Control already has a program where they use biological controls to increase the amount of water hyacinths in the dam. Our device that we created is just to help them with that process.
So here we have the sensors that we built. We have the GPS sensor to track, which is this little device here. Have the pH sensor over here, which is in the bottle. We have these 3 sensors. The pH sensor then sends data and collects data, which we use to detect or measure the different levels of the quality of chemicals in the water. The TDS, which is these little wires over here, we use to collect the different minerals and detect the totally dissolved solids are in the water to help determine what the different chemicals are as well, but in this sense the minerals more than the chemicals. And this all helps us determine the final standpoints of what causes the hyacinth to grow so rapidly.
We can help them to know where and when to release biological control agents that they already have. Cool. Anything else? This is Duan.
Very exciting, and as we stand here, we're also engaging with RMIS, Research Innovation Management South Africa, on a big biosecurity project, and we will be the tech partner behind that, and that will allow our students to actually work on all the monitoring and technology support sitting behind a lot of the challenges we sit with in the country. So I don't want to say much more. I think maybe to close off, I spoke a lot about what you can expect in the academic side, but we do understand on campus that it's important how we integrate it as a whole. So our students also don't study the whole time. They also do a lot of playing pool and engaging with each other and wasting time in the residence, but there's always academic discussions, and for that I want to welcome my colleague from the residence, and she will speak about that herself, Mariana. Just to show you that we really care about what our students do during the days, in the evenings, and we really develop them as full human beings to mature as quickly as possible, and that makes us proud. So our measure of success is not what I can tell you here today, is what our students accomplish when they step out into the working space out there.
As an IT student, has never been this exciting. At Belgium campus ITversity, we're active, we're agile, we're social, and we love a challenge. It's the way we're wired.
So my last word from me, so what you can expect here today, go and visit our virtual escape room, see how we approach our lectures. We have a little challenge there for you. Go to our makerspace, look at our projects. All our students need to do projects. Currently we have a whole Hexaport project that we're building as well here, but you will see some of that down there. Look at what we offer our students outside the classrooms that Mariana will share a bit more about you. And then for the academic matters, the colleagues are down at the stand. They can talk to you not just about registering, but also any content questions that you have. And then I'm also available any time of the day. If you kind of see somebody with a black shirt, you know, you can ask them. They should be able to answer any questions, welcome here. And thank you for taking the Saturday off. I hope that you have a fruitful day and that you make the most important decision, and that's your future. And don't rush it, and take care to engage with people. Thank you very much. Mariana, can I welcome you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariana Bauer, and I am the lady in charge of the resins as well as cleaning department of Belgium IT campus. So this lady standing in front of you becomes your child's new mama at Belgium. And students, as you know, your parents, you've got your good days and you've got your bad days. And you've got the days that mommy says, oh, I love you to bits. And then you got the days that she says, don't look at me and don't talk to me. Nothing changes. I'm still a mother. And therefore, you're going to have that same experience days on campus where I love you to bits and I help you and I get the doctor and I do everything you need. And then I get the day where I say, now I'm the bitch. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. I don't want nothing because you are not doing what we expect of you. Oh, and your mother loves that. Because what happens at home happens on campus. And it's very important that we keep that balance so that we keep your parents who's paying the account happy. Am I correct? Good. Ladies and gents, that's on a lighter note, just to say that yes, there is a mother on campus, myself, who will be taking care of your child to the best of our abilities, according to the rules and regulations of Belgium campus. They're not going to stay in a prison, but they're going to work with rules. 10 o'clock is 10 o'clock. 12 o'clock is 12 o'clock. No is no. Yes is yes. Because if we don't have rules and regulations and we don't do things according to a plan, do you have any idea what chaos is going to break out if you've got 403 students not doing what you expect of them to do? And that is a learning curve for the students. Remember, you're going out of your nest and your comfort zone at home, where mommy did everything for you. I know. I've also got kids. And then you've got that nest, you know. I can go home and I can do what I like and I can relax and I can leave my cup in the kitchen. It's on the next to the couch. It's fine. Mom will take it to the kitchen at some stage. I don't need my bed to make my bed. I don't need to do this. I can do this and I can't do that. Guys, it's not going to get better when you get here because here we, as I said, are strict. There's rules and regulations. There's students that needs a little bit of getting back onto the path, and then you've got other students that are, if they come to check out at the end of the year, I say, sorry, where did you stay? Oh, ma'am, I stayed in Mechelen 5. I've never seen you in my life. Okay, so it all depends on the personality. What are available at Belgium IT campus? We've got in total 21 resins. I would like to make it very clear that it says 14 on-campus grounds and 7 off-campus grounds. To me, that's not correct because all the resins belongs to Belgium IT campus on Belgium IT campus property. So it says off-campus, meaning it's not on the main campus. All right, it still belongs to Belgium. The same rules and regulations applies. There's no other rules for students staying in Brugge than students staying in Dinant. Rules is rules. What we do for them, we do for the other. Can we just get 100% clarity on that? On campus, we have got different kind of resins, and I would like to bring that to your attention as well. Not only are the resins not in the same price category, It all depends on the residence. It depends on the kind of room that your child will be staying in. Why am I saying this? Because there's a difference between Genk and Oostende. Genk is one of our first residences that was built at Belgium campus. So it's not a brand new building. Therefore, the pricing of Genk will be cheaper than the pricing of Oostende, which is the prime house or the prime residence of Belgium campus. Why are we still doing that? Because not everybody's budgets are exactly the same. Some people can afford X amount while the other one can afford Y amount. But that doesn't mean that your child will not on campus experience exactly the same feeling. Whether you stay in Oostende or you stay in Genk, you are a resident of Belgium IT campus. You will get treated exactly the same. Your room will be done exactly the same way in Genk as in Oostende. Your washing, everything will be exactly the same. And you know what is the most interesting part of everything? As soon as everybody has settled in and mom and dad is not involved and everybody else, I have found in the 8 years that I'm dealing with residents, students don't ask one another, where do you stay? Where do you stay? Where are you from? They don't care. They're here for one purpose only, and that's to get their IT education. All right. So please don't let that put you off. Whether you can afford to stay in Genk or whether you can afford to stay in Oostende, that shouldn't be the parameter that you look at. Because at the end of the day, your service will be exactly the same. Now the bad news. On Belgium IT campus, we've got, you will see the different pictures. We've got double room with a sharing bathroom. Then we have, there's another example. Then we will have double rooms with private bathrooms. So it means 2 students live in one room with one bathroom. Sharing bathroom means 4 students to one bathroom. 2 different rooms, 1 bathroom. Normally in the same passage or just across from your room is a sharing bathroom. But the 2 students inside the room has got exactly the same benefits. There's 2 beds, 2 cupboards, 2 chairs, 2 tables. You don't share anything. You just share the space you live in. The bathroom is then for that specific room. We've got single rooms with sharing bathrooms, and this is now where the bad news comes in. I'll get there now. And we've got single rooms with private bathrooms. But unfortunately, all my single rooms with private bathrooms and sharing bathrooms are fully booked. Why? That is the privilege of our 2nd and 3rd year students to stay in. How does it work? You start as a first year either in a double room with a private bathroom or a double room with a sharing bathroom. Now I'm a first year. I'm totally out of my comfort zone. I need to share a room. I need to learn to be in time for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I need to obey the rules of the campus. My washing must be done on a specific day. They clean my room at a specific day. They're in my private space. I'm in everybody else's space. And you know what? You're busy growing up. Quickly, very, very quickly, you adapt to that and you learn that now I am becoming an adult. Right. In July next year, 2026, I am now halfway through my first year and boom, comes onto my portal. Students has now got the opportunity to book the same room that they are staying in this year. That goes out to all my resident students. I'm giving an example. I stay in Dinant room 7, which is a double room with a private bathroom. My roommate and I are best friends. Our parents can afford this. We book it for next year. Other scenario. My parents said, if I pass this year, I can have a single room with a private bathroom. So am I going to book the same room? No. 2 weeks thereafter, pop onto your portal. I can now, as a second and third year student at Belgium campus resident, book any available room. You know what happens? They sit and wait for 12 o'clock that night. And the minute 12 o'clock reach, and I want West Campus room 14, house 1, they book it. You know what? You worked for it, and you deserve it. And that's why I do it that way. First years, double rooms, sharing bathroom, private bathrooms. Second and third years, you've got the first right to book the single rooms with the bathrooms. All right. Only end of October next year, we open the rooms that's then still available to our first years and outside students. That's the privilege of being a second and a third year. We are opening in the end of January, and I'm going to tell you this. We are opening a new residence called Florenville. Florenville has got 20 single rooms, 10 double rooms. It's beautiful, it's brand new, it's going to be top of the range, and I've opened it for my second and third years. And it's fully booked. Why? They deserve it. They worked the first year to go to become a second and a third year student. Right. Facilities. This beautiful cafeteria belongs to our resident students, where you get served breakfast, lunch, and dinner 5 days a week. Michelle is our manager in the canteen. She's got the full menu worked out. You know exactly what you're going to have for breakfast, what's going to be for dinner, what's there for lunch. She's very organized. It's very well done, the presentation of the food, the quality of the food. So you just come in, get your food, eat, go, put your dishes down, and off you go. 5 days a week. Saturday and Sunday, you cater for yourself. So how can I cater? I can either buy tickets directly from the canteen, which then gives me 3 meals on a Saturday and a Sunday. I can Uber my food in. You're more than welcome to do that. Or Mr. D. I can buy from the tack shop, which is on the main campus, who also gives some specials every weekend on food. Or alternatively, I can make my own food. Because all the residents has got student kitchens with a kettle, a microwave, gas stove, fridge, everything to your use to make your own meal. Even that 2-minute noodles at 11 o'clock at night, you can go and make that in your room. You're more than welcome. In that area's kitchen. There's always a kettle. So if I feel like a cup of coffee, studying at 11 at night, go to the kitchen, make my cup of coffee, and I can enjoy my cup of coffee. So all the houses has got somewhere a kitchen that the students can use to prepare their own meals as well, or a snack. Laundry and cleaning, very important for the mothers. We clean your child's room once a week. We physically go into the bedroom, we clean the floor, we dust, we do what is needed, we clean the dustbins out. If it's got a private bathroom, we deep clean the bathroom. But I don't make your bed. I'm not your mama. All right. But my cleaning ladies are very strict. So guys, ladies, be aware. My cleaning ladies are the ladies that will, good morning, have you made your bed? And she will wait for you to make your bed. Why? And you know what? Within 2 months, you're used to it. And you make your bed even before Katrina knocks your door. Why? Because if your room is neat, your brain is organized. If your room is neat, your brain is neat. I don't know how you work in a mess and how you fall over everything in a room while you need to concentrate with your brain. Moms, am I correct? Have I got your support here? Good. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So your rooms will be neat. Guys, I do room inspections. You don't want that. You don't want me to do it and it's not neat because I'm going to fight with you. The first time it's going to be between the two of us. The second time I'm going to raise my voice and the third time I'm calling your mother. I don't do disciplinary inquiries. I don't. I call your mom. Why? Because you represent your house. And I don't think you would like it if I call your mom and say, ma'am, I'm not, or your dad, sir, I'm not very happy with the hygiene and the neatness of your child staying in our residence. Would you like that? No. That's why we're not going that route. Washing gets done once a week. You can take 20 items per week to the cleaning, to the laundries to get your washing done. I don't do pillows. I don't do duvet inners. We do the outer but not the inner, and I don't do blankets. For the rest, you even get a laundry basket. Leuven room 7, it's marked. But your clothes needs to be marked. You need somewhere in your clothes to identify your clothes. Because if George comes to me and he says to me, ma'am, John is wearing my shirt. And I go to John and I tip it around and George's name is not inside. I've got no foot to stand on. All right. And you know what? My laundry ladies, just get used to your laundry. This belongs to George. Then the winter comes. And then the cupboard changed and everything's changed. To keep laundry apart, we need you to please ensure your laundry is marked. But you don't need to take the basket home. You don't need to do the weekend if you go home. Your poor mother stands there washing your clothes. It gets done on a weekly basis. Each room gets a schedule. On the schedule, you'll see your room gets cleaned on a Monday, for example, and your laundry gets done on a Wednesday. Amenities. We've got swimming pools for Africa here. We've got braai facilities. We've got 2 gyms. More than enough study areas where you can sit as a group and work on your projects. We've got pool tables, a library, we've got dartboards, we've got chess, and we've got 24 hours security. And now I'm talking to the parents again. We are installing over 68 new cameras on Belgium IT campus between all the residents to make sure that we can keep an eye on who goes in, who goes out of residence. I'm not putting it in any student's room. I'm not putting it in bathrooms. So I'm not entering the privacy of any person. But the entrance and the exit of residents is not private. And now, Mommy, just in case you wanted to know, Belgium IT campus residence is not B&B. So your child's best friend can't sleep over. Not the girlfriend, not the boyfriend, not a friend. It's not a B&B. And if you stay in West and you sleep in West, that's where you sleep. So if you go to Sunbird at 6 o'clock this afternoon and you only exit Sunbird tomorrow morning at 6, unfortunately, I've got a camera on my phone and I'm going to call you and I'm going to ask you, what did you do at Sunbird last night? Why didn't you go home? It's not a prison, but there's rules and there's regulations. And if anything happens in that house, then I know exactly who's in that house and who's not in that house. So people can't come and make allegations and say, George was there, and the camera shows me George was not there. So we're trying to do, safety's sake, more cameras to make it more safe, not to make it a prison. Right. nearby amenities. We've got Wonder Park Shopping Centre, North Park Mall. We've got Nina Park Shopping Centre, which is only 2.7 kilometers from main campus. Many of our students take a walk there. There's a Spar, there's a chemist, there's a Woolworths, there's a Pick and Pay clothing. There's Steers, KFC, Spur. Everything is at Nina Park Shopping Centre, which is quite close to campus, should you like to take a walk or go and buy something at Spar for the weekend. We've got a Virgin Active gym at Wonder Park, and then we've got plenty doctors and a hospital very close. If I say close, I'm talking about 6 kilometers from campus. I would like to tell you people good news. We are introducing to our students, who's resident students, Crisis on Call next year. What does that mean? Crisis on Call means your child will be wearing an armband. Inside that armband is a unique number. So any medical condition that your child goes through on campus and off campus, immediately we call the number on the front, we give the students unique number, and voila, here's my whole history. My name is George Mokopan. I stay in 138 Career Avenue, Orchards. My father is Peter, his cell phone number, my mom's cell phone number, my blood group. I am allergic to. I do not have a medical aid. I do have a medical aid. My medical aid number is the following. Isn't that very, very comfortable towards you? Whether Mariana is at home and able to assist or not, the roommate can assist because my child is wearing the armband. What is the cost for you as a parent? Nothing. What is the rule? Wear your armband. So if your child is in a taxi on his way to Alberton, which is home, and there's a taxi accident, he's got his crisis on call on, the paramedic immediately turns it around, phone crisis on call, voila. We know who's the mother, who's the father, who's the next of kin. I think that is really something unique. And at this stage, Belgium IT Campus is the first university in South Africa that's going to offer that to their students. To me, I think it makes a very big difference. I am also staying on campus. Therefore, as students call me, I'm not feeling well, ma'am, then I go, I investigate, I've got first aid. Is this an ambulance case? Is this a paramedic? Is it just, I need my mom's little bit of love and attention? It's a tummy bug. I'm not going to phone you 2 o'clock in the morning for a tummy bug. But I am going to phone you if an ambulance lifts your child to an hospital. So you don't need to sleep, every night wondering, sure, but is my child all right? If your child is not all right, we will contact you. But I'm not going to wake you for a tummy bug. Tomorrow, if the tummy bug is not better and we need a doctor, then I mightn't phone you. But really, guys, we try to take that responsibility so that you can feel at ease and know my child is safe at Belgium IT Campus. We do use Uber. We use Bolt. At the moment, we are a little bit hanging more towards Bolt because Bolt is very helpful with our deaf students. We find that the way they treat our deaf students is unique, and therefore we really try to assist Bolt in many ways. So you can order a Bolt. You can order your food in with 60 minutes ASAP from Pick and Pay. All of that happens here. We're not on a little island where you cannot get these things when you need them. Sport, basketball, netball, football, e-sport. We had a sport awards evening last night, and esports came second in South Africa, and they are also the team of the year. which tells you that there's more things going on here. There's pool competitions, there's a volleyball field. So everything that you need to do to just get out of your room, we've got it available with beautiful gardens. Social activities, that also happens for our resident students. We've got the Valentine's dance, we've got race hunting games, LAN, hikes, Halloween party, game nights, year-end function. We really go out of our way to do as much as possible, and Michelle and her team really needs to be acknowledged for what they do for the resident students. It's awesome to see how the students get together, how they mingle, how they, from a person who didn't even look up when he started schooling in the beginning of the year, by the end of the year becomes our Miss Belgium campus. And I'm serious. Our Miss Belgium campus, when she started the beginning of the year, it was, hello ma'am, I'm fine, thank you. You must see that girl now. She's blooming. She's absolutely blooming. She stays in Knockers. She's as happy as can be. She made friends and she became part of the family. That, ladies and gents, in a nutshell, is about the residents. Cost-wise, what the pricing is, please speak to our financial department at the open day tent. I do not have the prices. That's not my department. But what I can say to you is I promise you that we will look after your child. Your child will stay in a hygienic area. Your child will be happy. Maintenance-wise, if something goes wrong, we've got a maintenance app. They put it on there, and we try to resolve the problem as soon as possible. I am looking forward to having your child next year so you can relax a little bit. So please feel free if you want to discuss anything or ask me any questions afterwards, you're more than welcome to do so. If you go out the doors and you turn to your left, you go over the parking area, you will find the tent there where most of our marketing, sales and financial department is available to answer your questions. I wish you all the best up until the end of the year, and I'm looking forward to see you next year. God bless. You guys are welcome to go over to our tent.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. We might almost tempted to say let's wait a minute or two, but my experience also taught me that this time of the afternoon people are starting making lunch plans and other stuff. So I think let's get going. If people arrive late, we'll just catch up with them afterwards. Welcome. Good afternoon. I'm H.B. Klopper, the academic head of Belgium campus. As we stand here, this event's also on our other campuses. It's a live event, so there's other people on other campuses, and in between we do stream some of the things across. But that being said, I want to welcome you here for choosing Belgium campus, for considering Belgium campus, for allowing us the opportunity to talk to you, and hopefully to convince you that you're making the right decision, which is one of the most important decisions at this stage of your life if you're considering where to study and what to study. And the whole idea is to take you through some of the detail, and then once we're done here, you will also be able to talk to our advisors or anybody wearing a black shirt or myself, so don't shy away from that.
Studying IT is all about sitting at a laptop all day in a dark room. Think again.
At Belgium Campus ITversity, it's hands-on, high impact, and all about solving real-world problems. And with students teaming up across borders, collaboration goes global, just like their future careers.
Are you ready to take on IT?
So we're prepared, as you can see, a slideshow with a few important things that I just want to share with you. But most important, I think, I rather value a discussion. But two important slides here, and this is one of them, the rest are more visually orientated, is what do we stand for? What's our value proposition? What's our DNA? And I think this is quite an important slide. Now, most people will be able to talk to you about that. All institutions, have a similar thing, but I can assure you that this is not just words on a slide, it's real. So instead of going through that, I'll give you examples. If you look at the first one, we just have 5 colleagues returned from China. We involved in the BRICS Skills Challenge, and we were judging that. So we been participating in it for a number of 2 years now. In there, for instance, we own the standard for AI and cybersecurity. When I say own, we developed that, so we're the custodians of that out of the 33 standards. And hence we're involved in that. We also, it's the first BRICS Academy Training Center in Africa, and we will get that going next year. We have all the paperwork, and there's a picture and a certificate for that. But that's how closely we work with industry. So we don't just talk from textbooks, we actually involve ourselves, very closely focused on the standards. We just finished the development of our engineering qualifications, and I'll talk to you about that later. It's fully aligned to the local regulators, EXA, Engineering Council South Africa, CHE and D8 requirements. In the process, we align it to what we know from the BRICS standards, and it's also ISO aligned. And when we went to the Engineering Council and we start the engagement in the middle of the year, and we say this is what we want to do, all of that, and it's ISO aligned, they were very impressed because none of their qualifications are. And that's how closely we focus on the industry. So we do things that's relevant and matters. Next year we will introduce advanced diploma in cybersecurity and a postgrad diploma in cybersecurity. As we stand here, we're setting up the cybersecurity lab, also with 2 different industry partners involved. And so we will actually bring the people mid into the crisis. So last week they hacked 2 big companies in South Africa. If we had the qualifications, we were able to run that center. Our industry partners are already working on that. And that's what we want to do. So it's not just that we say we're future focused. I think we can safely claim that space. And the same with industry driven as well. And I'll share some of the the photos a bit later with you. It's very hands-on, it's very practical. So we learn by doing. We learn by making mistakes. We learn by challenging ourselves. And in the world of IT, there's a common approach where you say, go and figure it out yourself. Now that we do, but we do guide people in that as well. But in most of the cases, we are on the forefront of solving problems, and we love to solve that. When the internet fell over on Wednesday with that 5 lines of code, that same afternoon, our guys, just for the fun of that, developed a counter. So whenever it happens in future, we will not be that dependent on that. And if you want to know more about that, that's something that we will share with the students. There's a way around that. But I think that's how hands-on we are. And if you go down to the maker space, you will also see in some of the videos that we do here, we like to learn in the real laboratory by doing it. Not things that happened last year, things that are happening at the moment. Real problems, real challenges. And that's how we approach the applied side. And when I speak about research, I'll share more about that. Global relevant and competitiveness for sure. The BRICS standard is fresh in our approach. We came back from that one. A group of students is currently in Spain. And when we engage with our counters, and I'll have a slide on that as well, they give us very positive feedback about our caliber of students and their knowledge and what they can do and how competent they are. And I like to believe is the way that we engage with them and ensuring that they do the things that matter. So we constantly like to push the envelope, make sure that we have the newest challenges in our classes, in our curriculums, in our discussions, because that's the only way we are relevant. And relevance for us is not when people graduate. Relevance for us is when the industries say and they give us feedback. Just last night I received a WhatsApp, a new company that took on 7 students 2 weeks ago. After engaging with the CEO, he came back to me on a WhatsApp last night and he said to me, he's so impressed with these 7 students. From now onwards, they only take Belgium campus ITversity students. They know exactly what to do. They flourish and they fly. And, you know, he cannot believe how mature they are. Now, that's the best feedback I can get. And I immediately shared that with the marketing team and my colleagues now. And that's what we do. So when we say that we're relevant, we're competitive, it's something that somebody else outside our campus bestow on us. And I think that makes us proud. Third bullet, that's our world, academic team with our dean. He's currently in Stellenbosch at the moment, and all the academics. We push hard on this one to be excellent. So we're also learning ourselves. A lot of colleagues are studying, completing their PhD, and those that are completed, and we have a number of them, are busy with other projects, continuous postdocs or whatever. It's a learning environment. So here we learn from each other, with each other, and you know, it's a constant process. And I think we're excellent in what we do. And if you go down to the AI challenge in the virtual room that Raymond Hood is doing with you, will get a sense of how we approach our lectures. And I think that's extremely important as you sit here. There won't be nasty surprises afterwards. And I had a discussion with the sales team earlier this week, and we spoke about that. And I can honestly say they don't overpromise what we deliver, because sometimes the sales guys, you know, they can conclude a sale and then we're stuck and we haven't lived up to the expectation. That's not the case here. Very student-centric. You will see, even if you piece my presentation together with that of Mariana afterwards on the residents and what we do on the campus in terms of student support on that. We have this notion of a 360 engagement. What you learn, how you learn, continuous, all the kinds of approaches to learning if you're going from a pedagogical perspective, but also 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Now, I'm not saying you're going to study full time, but it's a holistic approach in maturing our thoughts and our competencies. And then the very last one, we like to be applied. So if it doesn't matter and it don't make impact, we're not interested. So all our students are exposed to second and third year projects. In the first year, we give them real life cases. In the fourth year and third year, we ramp it up. And you'll see we have got a video that we will be concluding with. We're rolling out our master's program, information technology, for next year. In there, you know, people will come with real projects that they will be working on. that we have an immediate impact, and that will conclude over a year's time. So one of them, for instance, is a current reality at a company where they struggle with cybersecurity. And our students will work on that. So it's not that they will learn something that worked in the past and from them get to lessons. We give them real life cases. So managing water quality in our river systems is something that we're working on. We have active engagement at the moment with RMIS on biosecurity in South Africa. And we are the tech partner that through our students and what we do with the colleagues will be the back end of that. And then at the whole national level, getting into the agriculture and the ag-tech sector, we are the enabler of that. And that's a real project that we share. We can work on that. It's very, very powerful. So it's fresh off the hoofs. We had the discussion earlier the week, and we'll start rolling that into the next year. Part of the UXI group. Now, you might not have realized that, and you can ask me why is that significant. In UXI, we have a number of brands, and there's just a selective group of them. On the higher education space, where we're sitting, it's ourselves, it's Open Window University in Zambia, where we actually have our BIT curriculum running full-fledged that site, working with them. It's a different regulatory system. The Institute of Marketing Management, GSM, they there, Commerce Edge. So we've got a number of higher education brands in the group, not competing with each other, but we're sharing good practices and insights, and that is extremely valuable. Then we have a number of schools in here as well. Just opposite the road, you will see the Flanders School, bringing people from grade 8 onwards into the system. We are involved there. It's a feeder for us, but we do understand the challenges and reality at school level, and we align and you know how to step up that game in there. And then we also have a number of sport confederations in here. And this is maybe where you have seen our brand. If you go around a lot of the sports and stadiums around Pretoria, Johannesburg, you'll see UXI. So around the bigger universities, those are all our premises, and we roughly have about 550 rugby players on the books in there, and that's a small part of our system. But in essence, we private higher education. It's all about education from a school up to university level, and these are just some of the brands. And then the fourth classification here is the TICON and SICTA. TICON, second right from the top, Technology Information Confederation. It's an initiative across Africa. We're one of the founding members in there, and we drive it from this campus. 16 countries signed up already, and we're changing the world of ICT in the continent. If you look at that, the whole notion around data governance is also managed in the TICON space. And next week, Wednesday and Friday, we had presentations down in Stellenbosch. We also have SICTA, the South African Information Communication Technology Association, initiative driven by us. And our students have free membership once they graduated to SICTA, and we have regular engagements that we also engage them through. And there we have industry involvement. I counted this past year 42 master classes that were offered on campus, made available to our students, driven by industry experts outside the curriculum. And this is what we do in the group. And that's over and above our October AI Fest, where we have give and take between 3 to 6 sessions a day. Next year in March, we have a Dev Fest that will also run. Same thing there. Now, if you look at all of those, it's people that come in from the outside and we engage with each other and we learn around the same table and we share problems and become a fascinating experience. And that's how we do things within the UXI private education group. So what makes us unique, what stand out? You can all read the pointers on the right-hand side. That's what we're really proud of. But I'm always saying, last week we had a colleague up in the office that celebrated a birthday. And she didn't brought us a birthday cake. And I say, if I don't see the evidence, I don't believe. Now, I can talk to you about this, but we'll show you the evidence. So there's a few more videos. If you go on campus, you'll see that. But we're really proud of our industry engagement and involvement. And if I have our Industry Connect days that we host outside, bringing the people in and how they share, I think it's a testimonial of how exposed and integrated we are. There's for instance, when you will start your studies next year, part of the orientation will be to give you training on GitHub and help you to set up a GitHub profile. And during the course of your studies, all your projects, your feedback, you will load on there. So when you come to the SAICTA and the Belgium campus portal that we jointly host, and you upload your CV, you also link up your GitHub profile. And our industry partners come and have a look if they seek employment. And then you don't need to convince them that your CV wasn't written using AI, because your GitHub profile confirmed that. And it's real projects, and for most of the cases, they were already being involved in that. Hollywood Bets were here, one of our industry partners. A big challenge for them is cyber security and hacking. So they employ our students, and they're very open about it. They only employ students from Belgium campus. This week we had a discussion with Geeks for Learning. Same thing. They only employ students, and they next year want to take 40 more students into practice and project with them. And that's something we just open up for students. And that's just on the practical exposure. Then we bring those people in, and they come and also talk to our students. And that's how we actually engage with them. I'm not talking too fast. All good. When we interpret, it takes a bit more energy than when we speak. Applied research, the biosecurity, a good example of that. When we look at the masters we're rolling out next year, the students we are busy engaging, we're just waiting for the final green light from CHE. They will work on real projects that we will conclude in the course of the year that have a meaningful impact into the country. And if you look at our industry engagements, initiatives that we share, it's all applied. So for us, there's not something like research and theory, or practice and theory. It's one and the same thing. It's a cycle. So what you learn from your theoretical frameworks, you must apply, as long as you do things that matter. Then we're comfortable with that. And there's a culture of continuous learning. We learn as much from our students as they learn from us. We learn as much from our industry partners as they learn from us. And the same with our other institutions that we engage with abroad. So these are things that make us unique, that make us proud. It's the way we wired, and we're very proud of this. And as you go down to Phi and Lambda and the Makerspace, you'll see what we do. I think you can judge for yourself to confirm that this is real. There's three parties or three sides to any story. My wife always reminds me, my side, her side, and somewhere in between the truth. Now for us, we have three parties involved in any engagement: students, industry, and our faculty. And one of them is missing, something's not working. So we don't just teach in class or facilitate. Industry is involved there, whether with a project, whether by presenting. Wherever industry is on campus, we rope our students in. So we always have these three as part of the mix. And we have this participative learning system. We call it the 360 engagement. It becomes a holistic approach in how we learn, not just through the different approaches to assessment, also how we expose ourselves to content and what we learn. So we, for instance, have access to O'Reilly, an online database where we can find any book in IT that you can think of in the world. You can access there. It's a very expensive system, but we have it for our students. I looked at it the other day, the average students and parents, you would appreciate the statistic, download 3 books per module. I think that's quite significant, so we're not limited to a book. The one student I saw downloaded 31 books. I'm also not sure how I can read 31 books. But all books you can think of is available, and that's not where it ends. It also have intuitive AI system that prompt on predictive learning, and podcasts of all the books you can think of and a lot more. So on my way to work every morning in the afternoons, I most times listen to a podcast that I've downloaded. So everything is there, and that's just on the textbooks. We haven't even touched our online journals, where it's about 450,000. That's just an academic side. Now, if you think that's big, we have exactly the same level of weighing in from industry. If we look at how we involve them, and we're proud to have over 130 industry partners, and we'll showcase some of them here today. But in this 360 engagement, these ingredients must always be there, and we really think hard about the way you learn and the way we engage. And we learn through practice, from making mistakes, and by also preempting, and we constantly push the hurdle and the bar on that one. There's our qualifications, our diploma in information technology. We have a deaf cohort, 25 students. That's why we have translations here. On their own, we run through the qualification. We're very proud of that. And we do duplicate that same program also on campus for the non-deaf students. And these are what you have at the moment that you can enroll for. Maybe the 3 on the left-hand side, the advanced diploma in cybersecurity and the postgrad diploma in cybersecurity, it's all developed. We just wait for the final certificate change, and the moment we have that change from the Department of Higher Education and Trade, it's literally a certificate adding the name. We can go and advertise, but everything's being developed, done, dusted, so you won't see anything yet. There's a rule saying you're not allowed to. But on the open day, I think it's important, if you are keen on this, hopefully we'll start this, if we don't hear from it in the next week, we'll hear in February. It normally takes a year and a half. It's a long process. Then we'll start in March or June next year, and the same with the Masters of Information Technology. But the rest are qualifications that we have on campus, fully accredited, and 2 of these we also run in Zambia. And we're busy rolling it up to other, in Uganda and Ghana, some active engagements as well. Because through TICON, we're very involved in the South African and African continent. But this slide will be busier in the near future, and I'll show you just now. But let's first take a break from my voice.
Study IT online with Belgium Campus ITversity, where education meets innovation. Feel like you're in the classroom, but learn from anywhere. Experience the same active engagement, passionate lecturers, and graduate with the same top quality IT degree as your on-campus peers. Limited space available. Apply now for 2026.
So you saw there the drones. We are engaging with Mtsu Technologies down in Midrand. They're the drone company doing most of the drone manufacturing and drone licensing and pilot training. But their challenge is, how do they step up the world of droning? And we're giving them more high-tech things, and we're busy unpacking that as well. So a nice challenge. We don't know exactly where it's going. They also, but together we will step up our game on that space. The new qualifications that's coming, and I thought of adding them here. Just yesterday, on Friday, we've got internally received, it's not even on here, the postgrad diploma on data analytics and visualization. Here they are. So we've added 2 postgrad diplomas, high certificates on a level 5, honors on a level 8. And they are in the process being reviewed by the Council of Higher Education and the Department of education and SAQA. That will take about a year and a half. So hopefully we will have them by 2027. Now that's why I decided to flag them here, because at that point you will be nearly close to your completion of your degree, and you might want to do one of the postgrads in here. I think for the parents, it's also not X that haven't hatched yet. That shows the development of the campus, and our development is into broadening our specialization. We don't want bigger classrooms, we want more specialized areas. You will see our classrooms are small. From our degree and the diploma, we just stretch downward with a high certificate and we stretch upwards. So these content we already deal with. It's just now having specialized qualifications and becoming more focused on that. And that's what you'll see on the right-hand side. We also have a high certificate next to the AI one on ambient invisible intelligence. Because everybody speaks AI, and AI is just the umbrella. There's a finer segment classification behind that. Then on the left-hand side, you will see the engineering. We've already developed, as we stand here, 69 modules in engineering, covering the electronic, electric, computer, and mechatronics. Fully developed. We work with the Engineering Council, South Africa, EXA. It's a whole process. If all go well, next year in May, they will sign off on our qualifications. Then we can take it to Council of Education, and then it's still a process. So we hope to roll out the qualification in 2028, start building our engineering labs on 2027. And we'll start with electronic engineering first, and then second year computer engineering, third year electronic engineering, and then mechatronics, and that will be complementary to what we have on campus. And this campus have a lot of open space that we can build some labs as we continue with that. So this is where it's going, all within the space of ICT, because we believe that we focus and we want to be dive deep and not just touch the surface the whole time. There's also a mass bridging program if you are worried about your mathematical marks in matric. After the results are released on the 13th of Jan, we have this starting on the 21st of January, running for a month, full day. 5 different lectures involved that we do mathematics. And if you want to enter the BIT, Bachelor of Information Technology, you need the 50 to 69. We can help you with that. And for BComt, if you need the 70 plus, if you do this program, we basically make it available to students that want to enroll that. Not to all South Africans, not if you want to study elsewhere, if you want to study here. And once you pass that, we know the standard, we can confirm that, and we can safely enroll you into those programs. And if you look at our sales team, they have it up there. For us, it's not we basically just see that as a support, because programming, mathematics are very strong foundations in our curriculum. Hence, we do put in the extra effort. If you want to know more, please talk to us at the stand where you can have the waffles and the coffee on the other end. Some of the photos, the industry people that we have here, the EOH on the left-hand side, you can see them there. I think the last 2 and 3 was taken at the recent Industry Connect Day just outside here, where we had those guys that come in on a regular basis. It's in our calendar. They come into campus. This venue is full, where we have the students sitting here, and the companies have half an hour slots, and they tell them what they are and what they do. And then afterwards, the students can go and speak to them to find employment or holiday work or practical work. And then we stream that across. So it's not to say that if you hear that you can't work for a company in Stellenbosch or the other way around. Most time they have office across, but we stream that. And that's why we have this technology here. And you would even see if you followed the online open day that's also happening as we stand here. I saw Clementine sitting in the car, and people think she's driving home. No, she's sitting in our BMW, other side of the hang, and she just move around on campus. But the industry guys, we bring them in, and we constantly engage, and we bring more on board. Next week, I'm in Stellenbosch, and we're talking to 2, I think, big companies, and the whole idea, and we become a while just cement the relationship for next year. So we constantly try and bring more people involved as well. Just the last cycle, it's not the full year, of people that got employed our students. Small numbers, but that's okay. 2, 3 years, and it varies. This is just a recent cycle, it's not the full year. And we track these numbers, and as I said earlier on, we get feedback from these companies. So on Thursday evening, I attended the award function of OQLIS up in the CoLab in Menlyn, and they also now will be on board, and very soon we will have students placed there. We constantly work on that, because if our students are successful and they flourish out there, we can be proud of what we've done in our curriculum here.
Takes to impress top IT companies? Well, we do. And we make sure our students have it.
Yeah, willing to work in a team, someone that is there to benefit and take the team forward.
People component. We need people to be able to be social at clients, to be able to build those relationships.
To contribute meaningfully to society, more importantly, keen to innovate.
So you also saw that the students are better dressed than the lecturers. We have this uniform on campus, and the students are proud to wear that. If we have exams, they come dressed like that. Industries say they're well-mannered, very mature, and very disciplined, but this is a self-driven initiative from students, and the CLC is very proud about the uniforms. And there are specific days when we need to wear that and this and that. But the point is, you can see from there how engaged they are. And all the people in this video are not lecturers. They're all industry people. The lecturers, you will see they normally wear shirts like this. So for us, it's extremely valuable and important to be relevant out there. And it's not us that decide that, it's what the people give us back. And we're constantly refining our curriculum based on new developments and changes out there as well. A number of certifications, I want to talk too much. This you can all read. Our students have access to this. Maybe the one on the bottom, UiPath, is the last one we issued on campus. During the October AI Fest, we had unlimited seats that UiPath provided to our students. Now, those on average for the certifications, you can only do one in a month. It's quite intense. It's about $250 to $300, which is a nice value add, and so we also have for the others. On CompTIA, we've got full access to all their certifications for free. So while you're studying at Belgium campus, you can do those certifications. So if you're on matric and you have that blazer with all the badges, our guys don't have enough spaces on their blazer for all the badges, but they put that in GitHub. And we're constantly pushing on that because this is really important that we make this available to people. On Friday, we have somebody from Microsoft, a Microsoft partner down in Cape Town that we're also involved with that makes available and do the training on Copilot and all of those. So these are important, and I think it's important for us as students and parents to see that you will be relevant, and this is how we confirm that. And there's a busy calendar. If you look at our academic calendar, there's constant things happening. We communicate that on the BC Connect, but we make sure that you have access to this. And it's important that you also upskill and reskill while you're learning, and even our lectures are doing that. So now and then, you will see in a LinkedIn post that somebody got a certification somewhere. Two of our colleagues are also Microsoft MVPs, Most Value Partners. That says a limited number of people. For instance, Jackie Miller is the first female in Africa that got that, and she's one of the, actually our industry lead that we have here. More brands, our international partners. So we have a group of students in Spain at the moment. They were in Portugal last month. Next year, February, the Penn State guys come here, Jackie and the team. They're about 3-4 lectures. We haven't got the final number yet. Normally about 30 students. Now when they're here, they're fully integrated with our students, and we share, and these are some of the projects. And then we also send students that site. Luckily, there's no fees involved on the other end, so that we managed to cap in the exchange program. It comes down to your S&T, your travel arrangements and accommodation that you need to pick up. And unfortunately, that there's a big difference between the dollar and the rand, and the euro and the rand. But these are some of the active engagements. We spoke to the guys from Leeuwen last week, Antwerpen, I think about a month ago. Fontes, we're having a meeting next week, and we constantly add. I said to Francia this morning, we actually need to add the Chinese and Indian universities that we now signed up during a recent trip last week. And those are just a few, and these are just the active ones in the last quarter. And there's much more. And I think those become valuable because we learn from each other, and this also gives you confirmation that at international level, you're not irrelevant and you're part of the conversation. More graphics, just some of the, I think these were taken down in smart cities. We see the projects we are working on. We have regular hackathons on campus. Esports is also big. We did very well in the recent esports, and with our AVD, we actually, I don't want to use kick, but we kicked something. It was fascinating how we participated there, and if you want to know more about our AVD system, talk to the IT guys. Everybody rock up with their big boxes and screens. We just arrived with our screen, and through the AVD, we managed to have a very interesting graphic interface. And I don't know all that technology. Andre is the one that can tell you more, but okay. It's examples of what we do. Biotech, biosecurity, we're working on constant thing. A big challenge is water security, water purification, so the whole river system. We've been busy monitoring that, and we have some exciting projects, and we actually won an award at the recent South African private higher education institutions, 139 private institutions in South Africa, over above to the 23 public universities for our project there, and we're very proud of that. But there will be a time to brag. The big thing is you're exposed to that, so we'll give you access, and you will be working on that as well. In our hangar on the left-hand side, the Penn State, they're working on the hydroponics project. It's actually a part of that is still there. The rest is in Hammarskraal at the moment, and some more projects, but it's as practical as that. We're currently building 10 hexapods that we're also rolling out, and our challenge is how do we advance this. If you go to the hangar, you'll see there's the aeroplane. Next to that is a solar car. It's one of the cars that we bought from TUT. The car lost. It's a heavy car. We thought, no, this is an interesting challenge for our students. Next year we're going to participate in that solar car challenge, but when everybody come up there and they see how far and long they can ride the 24-hour, we will also do that, and we have our focus on that, but we will rock up with some high-tech technology as well. And we want to take a lot of measurements as we drive to show that you can actually do much more with technology. So measuring potholes, measuring distance, the behavior, if a person fall asleep, all of those things we already have. We worked on that, but we challenge our students, say, what high tech can we add to that car? So it will not be a solar car. Solar will be like 10% of what it is. And we're not there yet, but we're working hard, and that's a nice project. And you will see the car there, and you will see there's not much in the car. It sits on the bells and whistles that will add onto the car. And just more photos, you know, my kids always take selfies, so here's a few selfies and pictures there. Flags important to see, so we like to celebrate, and we like to expose people, and it's a continuous process. And you know, if I look at the recent engagement in the platforms in China, it was fully translated. We're going to have them here next year, and we share knowledge, and that's what it is about. It's about having discussions that matter, being relevant. And there's one more project down in Hartbeespoort Dam that we're also very proud of. Students did them themselves. It's not something we forced or engaged them with initially.
Tian, and we're just going to show you a quick overview of our project. If you look behind us, you can see a big dam, or it looks like a field of grass. It's supposed to be water. That's water hyacinth. We want to eradicate that. The Center of Biological Control already has a program where they use biological control to increase the amount of water hyacinths in the dam. Our device that we created is just to help them with that process.
So here we have the sensors that we built. We have the GPS sensor to track, which is this little device here. Have the pH sensor over here, which is in the bottle. We have these 3 sensors. The pH sensor then sends data and collects data, which we use to detect or measure the different levels of the quality of chemicals in the water. And the TDS, which is these little wires over here, we use to collect the different minerals and detect the totally dissolved solids are in the water to help determine what the different chemicals are as well, but in this sense the minerals more than the chemicals. And this all helps us determine the final standpoints of what causes the hyacinth to grow so rapidly.
We can help them to know where and when to release biological control agents that they already have. Cool. Anything else?
So fascinating what the guys do, and I can continue many more examples like that. But that's the kind of involvement we get. And basically we just gave them a drone and they came up with the rest. And I see the drones are flying around. And so our students have enough to play with. That's why we call it the makerspace. And if they break it, they fix that, and that's part of the thing. So it's places that we like to have open 24 hours a day. So when the kids are bored in the middle of the night, they can go and print something, make something. That's part of learning. So if we look at our student life, part of what we do, as I said earlier, the 360 engagement is to have a holistic approach to campus life. And when Mariana step up, taking over from me, she'll share a bit more on what we do on the residence side on campus. But for us, it's important how we learn, where we learn, and when and what we learn. And we constantly think around that. So it's an active discussion, it's an open discussion. And it's not just academic side, because a lot of learning happen around the pool tables when people are playing pool, or they're just sharing ideas, or they just spend time together.
As an IT student has never been this exciting. At Belgium campus ITversity, we're active, we're agile, we're social, and we love a challenge. It's the way we're wired.
Because it's rugby today, we have a very active and a good performing rugby team. They did very well in the recent North Gauteng League. So we have a lot of those sports as well, and esports and so forth. So it's really a full-fledged campus life. So what can you expect for the rest of the day? Virtual escape room down here on the right hand side will show you a nice challenge and how we actually challenge students and engage with them. And would you like, that's a typical lecture that we run there. In the makerspace you'll see some of the projects, and I challenge you when the student, whether it's the first or second or third, you explain to that, look in their eyes and you'll see the excitement, and that's the testimonial that I think we are doing something that works. Residents, Mariana will share with you a little bit more about that. On this campus we have a number of residents. We recently acquired 2 more stands at the bottom end, adding 40 seats. And then obviously where I'm sitting, we look at the academic side and say we're here to develop, to have fun, but also here to become very competent. To come out and say you're high in demand, you know what you're talking about. If you open your mouth, people will listen to you. So if we can remain relevant and competitive, I think we accomplished our goal, and as a combined effort, we are working on that. So with that, I want to maybe step down and say thank you for allowing me time to share that. I'm available if you have questions. Afterwards, you'll do the whole trip that side. If you have more questions, just talk to us. And even in between, from here afterwards, you're always welcome on campus. Give us a ring, come through, talk to one of our sales advisors or our lecturers, come and engage with us. Because that's how we understand your need and reality, and we can pair and maybe we can explain it better. So thank you very much. May you have a wonderful day. And I'm taking over from you, Mariana, and to share a little bit about our impressive facility and how we think. And I think that's the important one. It's not just what we do, it's also how we approach that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariana Bauer, and I am the manager of the residence as well as the cleaning department. So all the information that you need regarding residence, you are more than welcome also when we're done to come and speak with me, and I will give you more info if not happy with the info that you receive now. In a nutshell, Belgium IT Campus has got 21 residents on campus. We like the open space, we like the gardens, we like it to have a homely feeling, and that is why residents are not all together on one campus, but we spread them over North, West Campus, Main Campus, Oostende, and even our new Florenville. There is a saying that there's 21, there's now 22, and 7 are off campus. That's not correct. Off campus means it's not on the main campus, but it is on the property of Belgium IT Campus. It belongs to Belgium Campus, and it runs under exactly the same rules and regulations as the residents on main campus. Ladies and gents, we have got available in these residents double rooms with sharing bathrooms. We've got double rooms with private bathrooms, single rooms with shared bathrooms, single rooms with private bathrooms. I would like to bring to your attention that at this stage, all our single rooms are occupied for the year 2026. Now you may ask, how come do you only have 5 or 6? No, we've got quite a lot of single rooms with private bathrooms or sharing bathrooms. The reason therefore is we like to open our single rooms to our second and third year students. So what happens is our student comes in the first year, he stays in a double room with a private bathroom. That means 2 people are accommodated in one room with a private bathroom, and inside that room is double of everything. 2 beds, 2 cupboards, 2 tables, 2 chairs. So you've got your own little space within your room, but it is a sharing room with a private bathroom. Then in 2026, June, July, it will come onto your portal where we will say, you're welcome to book the same room. Then you've got a week to book that specific room if you want to go back into that specific room. Sorry. After that week or 2 weeks, it will come up on the portal again. You are now welcome as a second and third year to book any room available on campus. And that's where my third and second years has then got the privilege to book all the single rooms. And they do that. I can promise you, the minute the portal opens for 2027, then the students that's now in 2026 first years, they immediately book their room then for the following year. We find it works very well because we feel that our senior students are working towards that room. They went through the whole process of sharing a room, sharing their space, learning how to communicate with other students in a room, somebody I've never met before. So it's absolutely part of the learning process for them to be in a sharing room and then have the privilege of going to their own room. The rules and regulations for the campus, whether you stay in Genk or Oostende, are exactly the same. What is the difference? It's about the cost of the rooms. We've got our budget rooms, which are much cheaper. Then we've got the middle rooms, and then we've got the premium rooms. And the price tag to these rooms are different, and finance will be able to tell you exactly which rooms in which hostels goes to at which cost. But what I want to bring to your attention, and what is very important, whether you stay in Genk or in Oostende, the treatment that you will receive from the staff, the cleanliness of your room, your washing, everything gets done on exactly the same standard. That hasn't got a price tag. And you will be quite surprised to see when students start mingling with one another, they don't care whether you stay in Genk, Oostende, Dinant. This is my new friend, I'm happy, the students are happy, and everything goes well. What I also would like to mention is that I become the mother. So I'm the strict one that will tell the student, I'm not happy with your room, I'm not happy with your neatness, I'm not happy with what you are doing in the residence, and that could lead then to me speaking to you a second time, and the third time I'm going to phone home. I don't do disciplinary hearings. You are representing your family, you are representing home, so if I'm not happy with what I'm seeing, I'm going to inform your parents. And most of the students don't want me to do that, so we normally don't need to go that path. Right, regarding the facilities on campus, I'm off. Regarding the facilities on campus, we've got swimming pools, we've got a volleyball court, we've got basketball, there's netball, there's soccer, there's rugby. There is so many different things that students can keep themselves entertained with after hours. There's also the new e-sport, which is flaming up and is very popular between the students. In our facilities, we also have got 2 gyms on campus, which the students are more than likely to use, and they are allowed to use the gym. Doesn't matter if you stay at West Campus, you can still use West Campus gym. The swimming pools are beautiful. We've got one of the biggest swimming pools I've ever seen on our Brugge campus. The deep end is 2.1 meters deep. So you can just imagine how big the swimming pool is with beautiful gardens around it, which makes a very nice environment for students. Mom, you're concerned about your child's laundry. We do the laundry once a week. A student is allowed to take 20 items per week to the laundry on a specific day, which he gets allocated, and on that day we do the laundry. We even provide the laundry basket. Just please make sure that the clothes are well marked so that John doesn't come to me and say, "Ma'am, George has got my shirt on," and when I go to George and I flip it around, there's no name inside. Then I can't say, "Sorry, my guy, this t-shirt doesn't belong to you." Remember, our cleaning ladies has got nearly 400 students to look after, so they don't exactly know whose laundry belongs to who, and that's why it is important for you to mark your clothes. Absolutely, when they are at the stage where they know this is your laundry, we turn to winter, and then the basket changes again, and then she must start afresh knowing whose clothes belongs to who. Our cleaning staff cleans your room once a week. We go in, we deep clean your dustbin, we do the floor, we deep clean the bathrooms, but I don't make your bed. I'm not your mother. All right? Your bed making happens daily by yourself. And my cleaning ladies are very strict. They will tell you, not happy, you must make your bed. They're going to ask you 2-3 times, and then they're going to call me, and then I'm going to speak to you about it. My husband likes to say, if your room is a mess, your brain is a mess. And if your brain is a mess, how do you study? And that's why, one of the reasons why we like to keep the neatness of the rooms as a priority. The open areas like the kitchens, the lounge, the dining rooms, they get cleaned on a daily basis. It's just that we go into your rooms once a week to make sure all the pizza boxes and the monster tins and everything is out and thrown away. I have already spoken about what is all available. The pool tables, by the way, is also very popular. We find a lot of students playing pool, and we're trying at this stage to put at each residence a pool table. Our security is 24 hours. We are in the process of adding 68 cameras on campus, which will then have the entrance and exits of the residents on camera. So I will be able to know when a person is inside or not inside. And if you stay in Sunbird, why are you sneaking out at 4 o'clock in the morning from West Campus? Something somewhere is not right. Remember, this is not a B&B, guys. It's not a prison, but it's not a B&B. And you can't sneak people in and out to sleep over and do what they like. We've got rules and regulations, and that will help us to ensure that we always take your side if you are right. When you're wrong, you've got a problem, but when you're right, you need some backup to say, but I didn't, or I did, I was, or I wasn't. In our facilities, you'll find Wonderpark. Right opposite Wonderpark is our Acacia Hospital. We've got Pretoria North quite close. There's gyms in Pretoria North. There's also Virgin Active in Wonderpark. And then we've got quite a few doctors in the areas. And as I said, Acacia Hospital is only 6 kilometers away from campus. We are very proud to announce that as from next year, we are also going for residential students introduce crisis on call. That will be a service that we give to our resident students when it comes to medical attention. What is the cost for the parents? 0. What is our expectation from the student? Wear your armband. Because on that armband will be a unique number, and if anything happens to you and they phone the crisis on call number, they turn your armband around, they see your unique number, crisis on call answers the phone, and they can say the number, for example, is 128, says, right, 128, the guy's name is George, this is his surname, this is his parents, this is the home address, this is the emergency number, his blood group A+, and this is the next of kin, this is the things that he's allergic to. Can you see the benefit thereof? And that won't only be on campus, it will also be for that person off campus, in a taxi, in a bus, in a vehicle, on the way home. An accident happened, he's got cover because immediately we will know that he's a student of Belgium campus. Belgium will also be the first university in South Africa that offers that service to their students. Although we've got that students, I have also got first aid training, and so our security officers. Therefore, when there's an emergency, we are normally the first people on the speed dial that will get called, and will be called out to a room when there's a child sick, when there's somebody getting an epileptic attack with a stomach bug. Somebody gets a very bad stomach bug, they phone me. I'm not immediately going to phone the mom and say, listen, your child has got a stomach bug. No, we're going to see how we can cover that in a way that we don't need to wake you at 2 o'clock in the morning. If it's bad the next day and we need to take him to hospital, then we will call you. If it's a bad epileptic attack, then we will call you. Other than that, we are quite capable on this side to assist your child to the best of our ability. As I say, we've got a lot of sport going on campus. We had the awards evening last night, and it was a very big success. Our social events, that is normally arranged by Michelle. Michelle is our kitchen manager, or our canteen manager. She arranged the Valentine dance, the LAN events, the hikes, the Halloween parties, the year-end function, and all of them is especially for our resident students. That, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, is what our residence is about. Price-wise, please speak to our financial department in the tent. They will be able to assist you to give you the cost of the different rooms. And if you've got any questions regarding the hostels, you're more than welcome to speak to me. I wish you a very pleasant afternoon, and I hope to see you all next year. When I'm done, you can walk out, you go over the parking lot, and then you will find the open day tent just down the road. Thank you for your time and God bless.